The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
These are some of my all-time favorite podcasts. I just have to tell you, I was so excited to have you guys in today. I really was. All weekend, I was giddy. Thinking about today. So, congratulations on the Netflix series. I am super excited to, first of all, to have that on a mainstream platform is such a huge victory for you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's all turning in both of your way. I mean,
Yeah.
there was so much skepticism just years ago, but now it seems like and even Michael Shermer, you were showing me something that he tweeted today.
Yeah, well, no, he tweeted it a while ago.
Oh, okay.
But he walked back on some of his criticisms of our work.
It was in light of new evidence
Yes.
of the Younger Dryas impact theory.
Exactly. No, it's been a major challenge getting this show done. But it's the first time I think that these radical ideas have got onto a major platform. And the whole focus of the thing is summed up in the title of the show, Ancient Apocalypse, because we had an incredible apocalypse that hit this planet, and it wasn't just one moment. It was 1,200 years of hell on Earth, between roughly 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. Wow. And that is not taken into account by mainstream historians and archaeologists. Something that really changed the world needs to be taken into account if we're claiming to have a full knowledge of the past of humanity. And so I'm just really glad that Netflix have taken this show on, and they're going to blast it out to a worldwide audience. And hopefully that will begin to put more pressure on the academics who, frankly, I'm not a conspiracist, but they do act as gatekeepers as to what may be allowed out in front of the public and what may be not allowed.
Yes, and that seems to be because of the books they've written, the lectures they've given, that they've given all these lectures and they've written all these books that have theories that are outdated, and they don't want to let those theories go in light of the new evidence. They want to push back as much as possible because it frankly weakens their credibility as the arbiters of the truth.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. But there's really some quite sinister things have happened because of this show. I got banned from Egypt. That's the very clever way for archaeologists to make sure that no criticism can come in of their sites, of their take on things, is just to ban the critic from coming there. I got banned from Serpent Mound in Ohio. Can you imagine that? I mean, Serpent Mound is a national landmark. People should not get banned from going there.
When you say banned, meaning you tried to go there to film or just to visit?
when we approached them to make an episode of my Netflix series at Serpent Mound, initially they were welcoming, and then they heard that Graham Hancock was presenting the series, and immediately they turned around and said, no, filming permission is refused because Hancock's views differ from our own. Well, I was able to make a virtue of that in the sense that I stood at the gates of Serpent Mound, which were closed, and I read out their letter where they say that just because I don't agree with them, they won't allow me access to the site. Fortunately, we have masses of footage, drones, and other things, and we were able to do the show. But it shows again the limited mentality. People must be very insecure in their ideas if they actually have to ban critics from expressing alternative ideas.
And what is the significance of Serpent Mound?
Well, the first and foremost thing is it's an incredible, beautiful, amazing site, which everybody who can get to Ohio should go and see. It's just the most incredible place. But secondly, there are indications that it's much older than it's supposed to be, and that has particularly to do with the way that the jaws of the serpent line up to the setting sun, with the changing positions of the sunset due to changes in the Earth's motion.
So this is it here?
That's it there. We're looking at that's the head of the serpent, and is looking straight at the setting sun. And this alignment was perfect about 12,500 years ago. It's slightly off today, and that's because of changes in the rising point of the sun. And that's what they don't like. They don't want Serpent Mound to be older. There's one group of archaeologists think it's just 1,000 years old. Another group think, well, maybe it's 2,500 or 3,000 years old. But the notion that it might be 12,000 years old is something they don't want to anybody to hear.
And is the evidence that it's 12,000 years old just based with the alignment of the sun, or is there other evidence?
No, there's other evidence as well. There's material from that time that have been found at Serpent Mound, but archaeologists consider it to be irrelevant to the date of Serpent Mound.
Yeah, material, like what kind of material?
Carbon datable material, objects, bits of wood that were burnt. People were there, people were doing stuff. It's clear that that site has been constructed and reconstructed multiple times over thousands and thousands of years. And this is a theme that I've found throughout making Ancient Apocalypse, that when you look at a particular site, what you're looking at is the latest incarnation of that site. So the site itself has been sacred for millennia, and it needs repair, it needs renovation, particularly if it's an earthen mound like Serpent Mound.
And so that is a theme that does seem to be repeated even under modern accepted archaeological understandings of ancient sites, like the Parthenon and the Acropolis.
Well, less so.
Less so in terms of the timeline.
Less so in terms of the timeline. I mean, one of the sites we visited for this series is an incredible pyramid in Mexico. At a place called Cholula. It is in fact the largest pyramid in the world. Very few people have even heard of it, but it's a much bigger pyramid than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. It's not as high, but its footprint is massive. So it's a huge, humongous thing sitting there on the ground. And it turns out that inside it are 4 other pyramids that were built on top of what we see and what we see now. What we see now was built on top of those older pyramids. And then at the very heart of it is a sort of sacred spring that seems to have been the reason for the creation of that. And we again explore the possibility that the origins of this site may be much older than the archaeological dating.
So how long did it take you guys to do this series?
Well, to be clear, it was the series is me, and it's me making it, but Randall plays an incredibly important role in the series. Randall and I are comrades in arms. We're working together against the mainstream to bring an alternative point of view, and Randall is the star of episode 8. And episode 8 is the episode where we bring the whole story of the ancient apocalypse together. The terrible things that happened to this world, the terrible things. That was the time when all the great megafauna went extinct, tigers, rhinos, and so on. They all went extinct between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. And there's evidence of just utterly cataclysmic flooding in North America, particularly in the Channel Scablands in the Pacific Northwest. And that flooding came off the ice cap, and something made it come off the ice cap really, really fast. And Randall has just devoted years of his life to studying this mystery, what really went on there. And let's not underestimate it. Let's just not talk about lakes bursting their banks. Let's talk about something huge that took place, and the landscape speaks to that huge event.
And Randall, you've discussed this on the podcast before, but in the interest of making this a standalone show, we should probably get into it before. You came up with this idea. At what year was it when you when that idea first came to your mind? That remember you were telling me you were on acid. You were looking at how
that was 1969.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite formulate a specific theory at that point.
But you had a thought.
I had an impression. I call it an impression. I was looking at an underfit river. You know what that is?
No.
Jamie, can we do a map? And I'm going to show you exactly what we're talking about here. I'm going to zoom in on. Okay, well.
Oh, here you go. Nice. A little HDMI action. Okay.
All right, you're going to learn a new term, Joe. It's underfit river. Okay, so it was a little different back in 1969, but Eden Prairie was a location of an airport. Put this on screen. And let me see. Here we go. So this is the Minnesota River Valley. And I was standing, I actually went back and found a few years ago, found the spot I was standing, and it was right here on this bluff looking into this valley. Now, if you go here, you can see there's another side to it over here. And if you look back here, you're going to see this is what's an underfit river. An underfit river is where the modern river is diminutive relative to the channel that it's flowing in. And the channel was part of what they called the spillway of Lake Gyges, which was a gigantic meltwater lake that formed in that interval that Graham was just talking about. So this is the modern
the
Minnesota
legend
River,
Cali
which is
W.
a fairly substantial river,
Dude.
probably close to the Colorado here. That runs
How
through Austin.
inspiring that
So you can see
fucking
the channel.
run
the channel
is.
huge
That was
relative to the river.
like a
A few
myth, man. It
geologists
was.
have worked on it and
it was,
concluded that the meltwater flow here
it was
through here
fucking-
4,000 times
It was
greater
just
than the
a
modern
crazy idea.
flow.
Never even
Minnesota
thought it was gonna
River.
be possible.
So anyways, I was standing
And it happened.
looking out into this,
You know?
and
like
what I
it's
saw
like
was
it makes
the
me
modern
just like
river with a
want to play because
trench
it's like, dude,
within a couple
if
of
you can
banks.
fucking like get
And then
some
I'm looking
crazy
at
shit
this
like
huge
that
channel.
like happen,
and I just had this impression.
it's crazy,
that
man. It
was
just
this a huge
changes
river channel?
everything.
You know how? Because see what
It's
I'm
one of the
looking
craziest
3
ones I've
miles
ever
across,
seen.
There's another set of 200-foot high
It's
bluffs
like it's crazy.
matching the ones that I was standing on. And then below me was the modern Minnesota
It's
River
so
with its banks, which were like miniature versions of the bluffs. Now, it was a full decade before I actually came back to the idea as I was beginning to learn more about
How you doing, Nick?
catastrophism, which was still very much in the
Got a
seminal
thimble. I got a
stages
rubber
back
thimble. I
in,
might
say,
use
the
it.
70s. You know, we've learned so much more about the catastrophic history
AKA
of
the
this
thumb
planet
condom.
since then. But then I began to think, well, and this was before I even knew about
Seven
glacial
nice,
river
buddy.
warring,
Heck yeah,
it was
man.
called, which was the flow
Yeah, buddy.
through here, and you can actually. I took Graham, we went there. If we chased,
We did indeed.
we did right up here by Ortonville.
Dude,
Is Big Stone? See Big Stone
I'm not a
City?
big Shorts fan on
So
YouTube,
this is the southern
but
outlet
Shorts
of Lake
really
Gyges.
gets viral somehow.
And this was one of the outburst
Shorts,
floods.
YouTube
Many
Shorts are,
outburst floods
like-
of gigantic
I
flows of
actually
meltwater
blocked
coming
Shorts
out
on my
of
on my computer
Big Stone
YouTube, so I don't
City.
see
And when you
them.
look at names of lakes
I
and towns,
included a script to block all
that
Shorts
includes, like Big
because
Stone
I don't
City
like
and
the
Big Stone
format.
Lake.
I'm not on
Those
YouTube
are
to watch
big
Shorts,
stones
but
laying
people
all over
are.
the landscape that were
Over
washed
5
out
hours
in
watch?
this
Nice, man.
Catastrophic draining of Lake Gyges.
Oh yeah, man.
Because these drainings would have involved not just water, but icebergs.
Yes.
Google's it. Yeah.
Flows of water filled with icebergs the size of oil tankers. And
I can't watch
inside
them, though.
those
I don't watch- I don't watch
icebergs,
any.
locked up are huge chunks of rock.
Because what they're trying to, we had this discussion. What they're trying to do is they're trying to take away.
Yeah.
They're trying to
And then the
reduce
last place
the
we
quality
went,
of
Graham, was
everything
the potholes
and
at
reduce the
St.
amount
Croix
of
Falls.
quality and time that you are able to
And this is an
upload
interesting
and
place.
publish. They want you to
There's a
fucking have
constriction
shitty quality.
in the bedrock. This is
So
hard.
they want to imply their
bedrock.
shitty
When
philosophy
you
on
have
you.
water flow,
Because if
coming
they say,
along,
okay, if you
it's
accept that
got
shitty quality, it's like, what
a
else will you accept?
conservation of volume, so that
Right?
if you have a narrow part of the channel,
Just like the
the
government.
water coming in as it's going into that constricted channel speeds up, because if you take measure of the water flow at any 2 points along the channel, it's going to be the same. Whether it's a wide channel with shallower water moving slower, or a narrow channel with deeper water moving faster, the discharge through that channel is going to be the same. But what happens is if it comes into a constriction, it has to speed up. When it speeds up, it becomes more erosive, and that's exactly what happened right here at Taylor's Falls.
We're gonna go for
Here in
natural stuck.
Interstate
That's what we're
Park,
gonna do this session.
there's
We're
a
gonna do
series
natural
of
stuck.
gigantic potholes. Now, these potholes are evidence of intense turbulence within swiftly moving deep water. In a minute here, I'll pull up. I've got a great shot. When Graham and I were there, I was in the bottom of one of these potholes, and Graham is peering over the rim. And it's a great shot because you can really get the sense of the scale. I'll pull it up here in a second. But if we so where did this water come from? This water came from
Yo, these attempts are fucking really good though.
here.
Not bigging myself up,
Lake
but just
Nipigon.
like
That was the source of
26,
this
pretty
water.
slow, but
And when you go south of Lake Nipigon,
it's gonna
the
happen.
whole landscape is channel scablands, just like Graham and I were seeing out in Washington. And this is very convincing evidence of really catastrophic disasters. And I've always thought interesting, or at least for the last decade or so,
a
that
really
if you
good
look
start.
at the elevation of the land here, if you look at the elevation of the land over here, it's the same. But if you go in the middle here, it's 500 to 1,000 feet lower. What happened here, there was a major discharge south out of Lake Nipigon. Came down through.
I think we should add that Lake Nipigon was discharging because it was filled up with water that came out of the ice cap.
Yes, yes.
What is the conventional explanation for these massive bluffs that are very far apart from each other with a relatively small
big
river
legend.
running through the middle?
Try as I might, I've never found an explanation. But you can look here at this.
Yo, this is brand new Randall
This is
Carlson
what you call
and Graham
scaffolding.
Hancock on
It's all
Joe Rogan.
major
Apparently they got a new
erosion,
Netflix show.
intense erosion. Cutting out, this is a coulee, but you
Looks
look
like
at
How
somebody's
cool is
just
that,
been
eh?
picking scabs off the skin of the land.
I don't have
These
Netflix,
water flows
man, but
rushing
dude.
through it, full with icebergs and whole forests ripped
Randall
up by the
Carlson
roots.
and
Naturally, it looks like
fucking
torn up scabs.
And so
A
it's-
new
it's
show
your
on
assertion
Netflix,
that
man?
This all came out of
People, like,
the cataclysm.
people are gonna
This
get
all
so
came
smart.
Out of the impact.
Society's just gonna take a
James
huge step
Teller,
forward in
a
intelligence.
geologist, has dated these flows 12,800 to 12,900 years ago.
And how
Ford
has he done that?
Ontarians to wear a mask. Oh my
Radiocarbon dating
god.
primarily by finding if
A
you
Lenin?
have a flood
That
that's picking up
fucking-
anything organic, bone,
fucking
wood,
communist doctor?
whatever. You look in those deposits and you sample. and the
Moore?
samples, let's say because it's a flood.
Moore,
what it's gonna
that
do, it's
fucking
gonna
Kieran
pick up
Moore, that guy, that
younger
piece of
and
shit.
older material because it's washing away, it's excavating other land, and so what you do is you get enough
It's crazy, man.
datable material, and if it keeps coming up
It's
at the
ridiculous,
maximum
dude.
age,
Can you
it's
believe I
given
was
age, that's
fired
probably
from
when
my
the flood happened, or a minimum
dream
age, not a maximum age. In other words,
science
a flood might pick up stuff that's
job.
15,000 years old and 12,000. Well, when did the flood happen? 15,000 or 12,000. So what you do is you look for the youngest datable material, and that should usually give you a pretty good idea of when the flood happened. So James Teller
It's just
has
too
dated
much, man.
this overflow.
It's just too
Again, it
clown.
comes out perfectly,
It's too clowny, man.
consistent with the younger drives.
I think it's important to.
It's just
to
too
add
much
that
clown world, bro.
There's a reason. For
I just
all of
can't
this.
take it
This is-
anymore.
and this is a huge controversy.
Vietnam
in
flashbacks with these
science.
dude, man. Dude,
This is-
let me tell you, man.
We know that there was enormous flood.
Miami. So my car, when I bought it, it needed some work because I bought it used, right? I knew that was the thing because I was able to put it on credit, right? That was the point.
And there's a very
So-
powerful theory which is now backed by more than 100 mainstream.
I took the transit in
that the earth
Miami.
passed through the
So Miami
Philippines.
Beach is pretty baller, but Miami
This is-
fucking mainland's kind of ghetto, especially
That
where you
theory
go
is
in the
called
north.
Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
where I
So
connect
those
on the train.
Several bits of that disintegrating comet might have been
And you
pretty
have to
big,
wear
actually
the
up to a
mask on
kilometer
public
in
transit.
and they
And
landed on the North American ice cap.
I didn't wear a mask, and then there would
Huge
be these
amounts of heat, tremendous
security
shock
guards
wave
that would come
hits
by,
the ice
young
cap,
men
and it turns that ice
with
into
guns
water,
on their hip,
rushes down southwards,
being
fills
like,
up
"Hey,
these
where's
lakes,
your mask?"
overflows these lakes, and
Them wearing a
tears
mask.
up the landscape underneath it. And this Younger Dryas impact
What the
hypothesis
fuck are you gonna do? You gonna challenge
is
this guy? This
by
guy's
far, in my
fucking
view, the best
200
explanation.
pounds, gun on his hip, being an
I'm very
asshole.
happy to say that the Comet Research Group,
Every
the 100
fucking day,
scientists who are
man.
behind this, they've been funding their own research.
It was
for nearly
not
2
fun.
decades because no big mainstream institution would get behind them. But just in the last couple of years, some big funding.
And
has
it's
come
like,
into
bro,
Comet research.
Like you're
They're now in a
fucking.
position to go look at
I'm
Antarctic
sorry,
ice,
dude. We're poor. We're both poor. We're both on this fucking subway. We're both poor.
12,000 acres.
You're being an ass.
We're dealing with
You got a
something
fucking gun.
really that is almost unimaginable in its scope, and which should change the way that we look at the
It's like,
history
what?
of
You're gonna go
these
back to
species
your
if it were
fucking
not for this
neighborhood,
resistance. I wonder
take
if
off
we
your
could-
mask,
if we
enjoy
could
your
just
life,
show
throw a
short
barbecue,
clip which has got
or you're gonna be a
Randall
big
in it.
asshole in the
The-
fucking
the
subway
Randall
with a gun on your hip, forcing, harassing people wearing a fucking mask.
which is from
And there's
the
fucking like
Apocalypse show.
homeless people and shit, like fucking shit up in
where Randall makes
Miami.
the point at the end of it that once we take this
Pick
into
on me,
account,
why?
the whole story of history
I'm easy to pick on?
is going to change completely, and that's what we're fighting for. We're fighting for some recognition that something really important is missing.
Ancient structures.
Thanks for listening, man.
It's the most amazing archaeostratigraphic site in North America.
Revealing the fingerprints of an advanced prehistoric civilization.
This pillar is like our Rosetta Stone.
The possibility of civilization emerging earlier than we think it gets much stronger.
They have a gun to put you down for not complying.
A rewrite of history as we know it.
And this
I
is
mean,
the
like,
point.
I'm
this
not
is the point.
against,
This
like,
is why I've
I know I'm
made
in Florida.
made
I
this
know
series, because
there's, I don't know about open
idea
carry
has
laws.
to
I don't
get
think
out
Florida's
there.
open carry,
That
but
we've got to
what I'm
stop
saying
being
is that,
so
like,
complacent about how we look at our past. And for
I'm
the
not
very same
issue with
reason,
people
we need to
having
stop
a
being
gun or
so
whatever, but
complacent about how we
if
look
you're
at
coming
our
to fucking
future
harass me, like,
as
what the
well.
fuck,
We live in
man?
a hazardous cosmic environment. It just happens that we live at a time in the human
And it's like, these
story
were like
where if
young,
we chose to
strong
do
men,
so,
dude.
we could actually
They were like young,
What
strong,
motivated you to get
fucking,
involved
maybe
in
good
this?
looking.
I know
couldn't tell with
Fingerprints
the
of the
fucking
Gods
mask.
released in
But
the
it's just
90s.
like, bro,
It was
man.
1995.
That's when I first read it.
Yeah.
You're in Miami.
Became obsessed.
You could be the
what
fucking
motivated
baller of
you
the
to put that
town,
out?
but you're just being a fucking
It was a
asshole.
process, really. I
You're an
used to be
asshole.
a current affairs journalist. I was
Do you
the
do this
East
to the
African
women? Do you do this to the pretty
correspondent
ladies
for-
too?
no interest in
Is this
history
what you do?
whatsoever,
Put your
but I
mask on,
began
pretty
to come
lady?
across things, particularly traveling initially in Ethiopia and then in Egypt, which made me wonder about the past. And standing in front of the Great Pyramid of Egypt is an awe-inspiring experience, especially when you've never seen it before. And in 1989, when I first saw it, I had never seen it before. 6 million tons, 481 foot high, 13-acre footprint.
Terrible.
This massive thing, and archaeologists are saying it's just the tomb
Yo,
of a
Princess
pharaoh.
Rescue,
And yet
Dan
no
S.A.
pharaoh's
Alvarez, that's the
body was
last
ever found
camcorder
inside,
record.
or indeed inside any ancient Egyptian pyramid. There had to be another explanation, and I started to. I've always been a contrarian. I've always tried to give an opposite.
What's up?
view. I hated
You
just a
mean
single
'cause
narrative that says this is the truth and
The
there is
last
no other truth.
camcorder record.
And so I
Oh,
I
you
felt
mean
it was
because
important to
Mark
start giving
Rutsu's
an alternative
116
point of view, and I
was
started to look into it
all
in depth. Could there be something missing from the story
was,
of the past? And that's why I ended up writing Fingerprints of the Gods, to put that
exported
information before the public, to
a
allow
day for the
people
list of the
access
top
to
10
information
ones
that they had
recommended.
not had access to before,
Oh.
and to begin to think for themselves instead of
Interesting.
just accepting the word
Didn't know
of
that.
so-called experts. The experts know a great deal. I couldn't do anything I do
That's cool.
without the work that archaeologists do, but they
Welcome,
shouldn't be
welcome,
given a
Princess
monopoly
Rescue.
over the story of the human past. Our past belongs to us. It belongs to all of us.
I think I saw you in Callie's
whether
chat.
they're an academic or whether they're an
I think you might have said hey
analyst,
here
something
before.
to the idea of
Oh no, first time chat. No, I didn't mean to out you.
And
I didn't mean to out you. I have
The
chat on
Young Giants
screen.
impact theory. When
Yeah,
was that
I
first
saw you
brought
in
out?
Callie's chat. Sick, man.
2007.
Well,
That was when it first brought out. It immediately caught my eye.
Princess Rescue
because
would
when I
not
wrote
make
Fingerprints
women
of
wear
the Gods,
masks.
I proposed
He would
that
not
there
wear-
had been a
He would not make
gigantic
his
global
princess wear a mask.
about 12,500 years ago. But I didn't really
I mean, unless
know
she
what
wants to.
I suggested a number of possibilities. And then suddenly in 2007, out comes this hypothesis
What?
with
How did he
mainstream-
shoot me there?
mainstream science,
Whatever.
saying that it looks like there was a series, not just one impact, but
One more of the
multiple
top 10
impacts
caverns
all over
A101.
around 12,800 years ago.
Wow, I didn't know all this
that
information,
caused
dude.
this cataclysm, and I began to follow
all
that
this
theory.
lore.
By about
All this
2013,
golden
it became
lore.
clear to me that these scientists were onto something really big. And I dived back into it and ended up writing another couple of books, Magicians of the Gods and America Before, which we talked about in your show back in 2019, just to try to put that information out there. And it's fascinating, really.
Yeah, it happened like
Very lazy
2011 or something,
way that
2012.
Archaeologists react
Fucking
to an
116.
alternative point of view. In my case, they almost never get to grips with the material that I've put out there in the books. They just say, oh, Hancock, he's a pseudoscientist. He's a fraud. He's a liar. But they never say why I'm a pseudoscientist, why I'm a fraud, or why I'm a liar. They just throw those words out, and you go to Wikipedia, and that's what you see. And the point about Wikipedia is that's the first place. If somebody hears my name or hears about my ideas, the first place they're going to go have a look is Wikipedia. And immediately they're going to get turned off, and you can't edit my Wikipedia page. They've locked it, and it's controlled by a group of academics. So I do find this incredibly irritating.
No.
But the only thing to do is to keep on going, and this is why, frankly, Joe, your show has been so important, because you're one of the very few people.
Yeah,
who's
I can't
allowed
read
this
either for the
information
video.
to Get out.
That's funny how we're all
Contrary
anticipating it.
information which the mainstream doesn't want to hear.
That's
You're a
great. That's
powerful
great
platform
advertising.
That's allowed this information to reach so many more.
Going back to
people
keto, wow.
than reach, and I'm grateful to you for
Not a
Well, I'm
fan of
grateful to you
GoldenEye.
guys.
Oh
I'm
no.
really grateful because this is it's such an exciting notion, such an exciting idea.
Thanks for being here.
And it makes sense. when
It's just
you
the
look at
best,
these
yeah.
Incredible structures.
For sure,
that
man.
we don't really have an
100%.
explanation for.
Dude, it's
And
it's
when
so
we think
crazy
about
this
the conventional
this record
dating
too.
of modern history and modern
Shooting the
civilization,
alarms through the
they want
fucking
to put
windows.
it at around 6,000-ish years ago.
It's
That's
insane.
right. That's right. And then, that was the view really for decades. That civilization began about 6,000 years ago. And before that, there was no such thing as civilization. And they say that the first big megalithic structures were created by societies that were already agricultural societies. So they were generating
Really, could you not just, like,
which
what?
allowed specialists to have the time to learn how to be architects and engineers.
Kelly is
and
the
builders.
best regular go
Then
to the
suddenly
wildest
out of the
records,
blue,
yeah.
and we've got
Yeah,
an
I
episode
heard,
of
buddy.
this
I heard
series comes
R.I.P. So
Göbekli
sad.
Tepe in Turkey, which is 11,600 years old. It's 5,000 years old than the supposed oldest megalithic structures, and it's a fucking enormous megalithic structure, probably the biggest megalithic.
Hey,
structure on Earth.
thanks for
So
wanting to that, but I'm gonna keep the
we know what's
podcast on
there
though.
because the ground
Thanks for
penetrating
wanting to
radar.
hear me though.
Highly sophisticated, 20-ton pillars,
Appreciate it.
beautiful astronomical alignments, buried, deliberately buried by the people who created it. They ran it for about 1,000 years, and then they deliberately buried it. And archaeology is still struggling to explain this. They've now had to say, well, okay, somehow megalithic architecture began thousands of years before we thought it began. How are we going to explain this? And they have to accept this is one of the mysteries of Göbekli. That the archaeology does show this quite
Can you
clearly.
just fucking
When
deal with it being
began
on?
Göbekli Tepe, 11,600
Thanks for wanting to hear the
years
most
ago,
beautiful voice in the elite.
the
Yo,
entire
thanks.
population there were hunter-gatherers. They were not agriculturalists, generating those supposed surpluses that would allow experts in architecture to emerge. They were hunter-gatherers. And how, in God's name, do a group of hunter-gatherers wake up one morning and create something
Okay,
like this?
yeah,
This
thank you.
enormous
I
scale.
appreciate
And
it.
then the mystery deepens, because at the same time that they're building the megalithic site, they're also suddenly doing agriculture. And I look at that as a contrarian. And I say, I actually don't think that this was something that was just dreamed up overnight by a group of
Word,
people.
word.
I think I'm looking at a transfer of technology. I think people came to that site
Yeah,
who already knew
I just meant
and maybe they used that site to mobilize.
I just
the local
assumed that-
population to push them into a new direction, and that was truly the beginning.
Based on the name.
But I think it was a restarting of civilization.
Oh wow, I'm
a
sorry. No, I
rebirth,
can't. I won't be able to do
not
that.
The actual beginnings. I think there was an earlier lost civilization. And that's the,
Fire
the whole point
flatulence.
of the show I've made.
Why don't you mention about that particular date, 11,600?
Well, it's incredibly important. It's an incredibly important day because the Younger Dryas begins 12,800
So glad they're
years
over.
ago
Yeah, for
with a
sure. I
cataclysm,
agree. I agree
with a
100%.
puzzling, mysterious rise in sea level at the same point. 1,000 years of freezing temperatures, mass extinctions of animal species all over the world, and then 11,600 years ago, global temperature shoots up. The last of the ice caps collapse into the sea. Sea level rises enormously. That is the date that work starts at Göbekli Tepe, and that is a point I've made many times, but it's really worth making because I will just roll their eyes every time you say the word Atlantis. But that is precisely the date that Plato, which is the earliest surviving reference to Atlantis, that's precisely the date he gives for the destruction of Atlantis. 11,600 years before our time. He puts it this way, that his ancestor Solon visited Egypt, and we know about that visit. It's historically recorded. That visit to Egypt was in
Thanks for being here.
600
Appreciate
BC. And there Solon claimed to have been told by Egyptian priests about this great advanced civilization that once existed, but that angered the gods and was destroyed in an enormous flood. And Solon asked those Egyptian priests, when did this happen? And they said, 9,000 years ago.
Oh,
Well,
brutal.
do the math. That's in 600 BC. That's 9,000 years before 600 BC. We call that 9,600 BC. That's 11,600 years ago. That's exactly the date of the end of the Younger Dryas, and it's exactly the date of what is called meltwater pulse 1B, one of the biggest single rises overnight in sea level that ever occurred. So if Plato made it up, it's really weird that he picked a date that is precisely a date that coincides with the latest geological evidence on cataclysmic sea level rise in the Younger Dryas Age.
Could be a coincidence, but
A pretty good one.
I will mention I did a two-parter on all of the what Graham's just talking about and the geological evidence that confirms or refutes Plato's account, and it's available on my website for download. And it's like 7 hours. 7 hours of detailed.
Yeah, you go
unpacking.
deep, bro. You go deep.
And you see, the academics have never bothered to do this because they, in their pride and in their arrogance, they just say, oh, we know that Plato just made it up, that it's just a fantasy. They don't know that. And it's people like Randall coming from the outside who are actually doing the legwork that makes us think about all this again.
And there's plenty of evidence that there were many sites like this that were thought to be just legend and myth, like Troy, for instance, that has now been proven to be an actual real city that mimics the initial descriptions of it, the historical.
We should never dismiss myth. We should always listen to them. They're the memory bank of our cities. And they may be expressed in symbolic language. There may be wonderful stories built around them, but at the core is factual information. And what better way to ensure that factual information is passed down to the future than to record it in a fantastic story that people will pass on. People love telling stories, and they don't even need to understand what the heart of the story is. As long as it's a great story, they're going to keep on passing it down
For
to
sure.
the future. So
I mean, you
I
could,
think myth is very important, and that's something that we
I
do
think
in
you
my
could
lectures.
follow them
We look at the myths. The story of
on
Atlantis
Twitch.
is not alone.
I'm sure you
There are
follow
thousands of traditions from
David
all around
Clemens.
the world speaking of a global flood. but the
I think
story
you would
of
you would
civilization brought to an end.
find out just at the same time that I would
With
find
all
out.
this physical
I don't have
and
inside
with
information.
all these myths, are there more and more people
I don't think they're playing
that are
offline.
accepting this or exploring this with curiosity and open-mindedness?
I don't think they're
now?
playing it
I would say
offline.
yes, and one of the things that makes me confident
Maybe
that that's
Bird.
happening is because I am getting a lot
Here, I
of
turned it down.
emails and communications from people, young people going, you know what, I was watching your stuff and Graham's stuff. I've decided I'm going to go into geology. I mean, I've got dozens, or I'm going to go into paleontology or archaeoastronomy or archaeology. So just the fact that I'm getting those kinds of communications from people, that's every time I get one, that's encouraging to me. Because I think it's the old
But Berg was streaming
sometimes
Caverns.
to evolve past an
Not too long ago.
theory, the gatekeepers have to pass away and a new generation has to come along who's a little more willing to look
I think his
outside
name
the
is
dark
Berg
and
with
frame.
3
So
G's.
if you are a young archaeologist trying to carve your way in the world,
What's his Twitch name? Something like that?
explore this with tons of evidence that's very
Maybe E.
controversial theory
Berg with 3
that's
G's.
been dismissed.
Takes courage, though. Takes courage on the part of those archaeologists, because they can lose any hope of promotion if they touch ideas like this. Archaeology is a very restricted discipline. If you don't copy what your professor says, if you go off on a tangent, they'll cut you off. There's so many people who've done such great work in archaeology that doesn't fit with the mainstream, and they just get isolated.
God.
I'm hopeful. I really am. And one of the things that gives me hope is Brian Mororescu's the reception of his material. That book, The Immortality Key, which is fantastic, which points to real. Yes.
God,
and you
man.
did that podcast with us
Yeah,
remotely.
yeah.
When we did that, and he expressed all this information, we talked about these ancient clay vessels that show clear evidence of some sort of psychedelic that was mixed in with wine that was probably the origins of a lot of the even democracy, a lot like the Enlightenment. A lot of it came from these meetings, and people came from all over the world to participate in these rituals.
It's a little
This is
faster.
now being widely accepted, and it's a field of study at Harvard.
Let's think about it. If you're lost, this is one of the reasons why psychedelics are so successful in leading people with profound depression. What is profound depression? Otherwise, that you're locked in a very narrow frame that you just can't escape.
I gotta, you know what, I'm gonna do it.
Break that, and they allow
I'm gonna do what I was doing last time when Cheese was here.
new thoughts to come.
I'm gonna do the
So
quick
it's not
switch.
surprising that
Quick switch to the right now, because now I'm taking a long time on the right, and now I'm gonna do a quick switch.
there isn't a religion in the world that didn't begin
What? Like this. Like that, right?
I believe that was a civilization.
What? See? Oh, I thought it was.
Fundamental.
We're having good runs though. We're having good runs. Is that 25? 24 even that. Wow.
We're supposed to just be
So that was like 23 if I got to the glass there.
but it's out of altered states of
That's crazy
consciousness,
fast.
the real creativity comes, and the changes in mindset come, and people can break free from
worth it.
previous restrictions and move in new directions.
I have a friend of mine, Ben Johnson. He's a former Navy SEAL, 11 years as a Navy SEAL, suffering from PTSD, discovered psilocybin mushrooms. This is maybe 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and he began to, a lot of his brothers in arms also were having the same issues with PTSD, discovered that psilocybin mushrooms were very effective. So he began looking into, he became a grower, and he's perfected over like 11 or 12 years. He's perfected the growing, and he's now been granted the first federal license to legally grow psilocybin.
Wow, crazy.
Building a laboratory in North Georgia, and it'll
Georgia.
probably be
Psilocybin.
where we eventually will get all of our students from. It'd
Wow.
be a very interesting discussion. For
Crazy.
You to talk to him.
I love talking to him.
About what he's got going on. And I asked him, I said, did you ever think about going on Joe's show and see and talk about what you do? He said, I'd love to. Very interesting man. But yeah, 11 years as a Navy SEAL, and he saw it. And mushrooms has been saved. And now he's building a laboratory. He's got funding. He's building a multi-million-dollar laboratory in North Georgia. I've seen this operation. It's mind-blowing and impressive. It's got
Well, that connects us with Dennis McKenna and Terrence McKenna's ideas of human beings literally evolving from lower hominids, experimenting with psilocybin mushrooms.
It's a very powerful idea. And, kudos to Terrence McKenna. And I never knew Terrence personally, but I do know Dennis very, very well. He's a fantastic researcher in this field. Kudos to them for realizing. Terrence's book was called Food of the Gods.
God, man.
Encounters with psychedelics, with ancient psychedelics, were what put humanity on a huge level. And then, unfortunately, we have repressive forces in society that have tried to shut that down and demonize it. But we are listening very, very with the attitude that we have to psychedelics right now. That's why I'm so happy to see that mainstream research is finally getting involved in this. They're realizing that these are real healing vehicles that they can do things that no other medicine can do. My only concern is that big pharma takes it over, and that they start putting in, synthetic psilocybin and patenting it in various ways. This again, it's like our past. This is a birthright of all humanity, which we should have a right to. Governments should not have a right to tell adults what they may or may not do. Governments should not have that right to hold the keys to our consciousness. These should be matters of personal decision. And for the same reason, looking into the issue of the lost civilization,
Why do it suck so much?
we should not look for 21st century civilization with all its particular kinds of tech and all its attitudes. We should be open to something very different in the past, which would nevertheless capable of extraordinary.
Is there any evidence that the ancient Egyptians utilized psychedelics?
Definitely. Their psychedelic of choice was the blue water, which was wine, and bottles that were found in the tomb of Tutankhamun. State of consciousness opens up visions and possibilities. We should despise these things.
Do we know what the psychedelic compound in blue water lily is?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. It's all I know is that it's increasing
So we know for a fact.
So then,
based on those bottles that were found in Tutankhamun.
Here it is. Blue water lilies hold the key to stunning. Size stunning and beautiful. The blue water lily has some surprising medicinal qualities, ranging from being an aphrodisiac to alleviating pain, depression, even upset stomachs. The blue water lily also has a dark underbelly. It's got psychedelic properties that can catapult you super high. Also called
That's the propaganda.
blue lotus. The blue water lilies is used for Nile River and was used by ancient Egyptians as a sacred substance to attain higher levels of consciousness.
It's just
In
so
fact,
ridiculous,
it's common
man.
to find symbols representing
It's just so
the
silly.
lotus in Egyptian prayers and scrolls.
And that's a fact. It's all over ancient Egyptian art, and the Egyptologists will tell you that they're holding those just to sniff.
This is so ridiculous. I have no help.
They're not. They're venerating them for their effects on consciousness. And to which we should add that the ancient Egyptian tree of life was an acacia tree, and its bark contains dimethyltryptamine, the most powerful hallucinogen. I don't like the word hallucinogen. Entheogen, whatever you want to say, the most powerful known to
Wow.
and again, fortunately, there is now very interesting research going on into these things. But there are so many forbidden areas of our past which have been forbidden by the experts, by the so-called authorities, which gradually, we are breaking through to. I think what's special, by goodness, is a time of turbulence, a time of difficulty. We are living through a paradigm shift, and that paradigm shift has to do with our attitude to so-called. Yes, there is a place for experts. Of course there is, but they shouldn't be given sole control over any area of the human story. And what's happening now is that people distrust experts, and they rightly distrust experts, because again, experts in this study. This is true with psychology, it's true with the study of the ancient past.
Brutal.
It's absurd that a small group of academics called archaeologists should literally hold the key to the whole human past and tell us, lecture us, instruct us on how human beings were in the past. There's so much more room for deep exploration on this, and for people who aren't academically qualified to roll their sleeves up.
Soft, man.
Randall is a prime example of that. A man who doesn't come from the field, the background of geology or archaeology, but you've rolled up your sleeves, you've walked the walk, they're still rolled up
right now.
And you got up there and you brought new information to the table, and that's one of the things I'd like to say, that everybody can do this. This is our past, our heritage. It should not be controlled by a tiny special.
We had dinner together in London about research.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, really? Even with all that lag? Man.
Attended an event just a few weeks ago.
Jeez.
Several volunteers in that project, and what's happening is they are legally being given DMT at Imperial College, which runs the legal research institute in the UK. And for the first time ever, they're not looking to find out what are the possible therapeutic outcomes of this. They're actually looking at the experience itself. It's very well known, anybody who's used it, I've used the DMT.
What?
They're going to have entities. They're going to meet entities who may sometimes look very weird, part animal, part human form. They may be almost formless, but yet they speak to you, they communicate with you. And of course, the mainstream attitude, this is just rubbish. It's
Just too dumb.
brain on drugs. Well, Imperial College, they're now testing that view. And what they're finding is that these and something else. DMT, as I'm sure you know, Joe, is a very short-acting experience. It's about 12 minutes. Maybe less. You're in there, you're plunged into a convincing, sometimes terrifying, parallel reality. It's so confusing, you hardly know what's going on, and then you're out again. But you come out with a feeling that something's been downloaded to you. In Imperial College, they found a way to keep people in the peak state of DMT for an hour. They're delivering it through drip, timed release, and they're keeping the volunteers in an hour in that state. So they have time to find their way around the DMT process. And the astonishing thing is that these volunteers, both individuals, are all coming back and the same way. And it has to raise the question, I know Rick Strassman, and kudos to Rick Strassman.
Suck. So the answer, I suck.
Rick Strassman is open to the idea that what happens with DMT is that it alters the receiver wavelength of the brain, and that it allows us to gain access to other realities. That these encounters are not unreal, that they're real, but they're real on a level that we can't experience in an altered state of in order to experience them. And ultimately, the aim of this project is to map. We talk a lot about extraterrestrials and ETs.
No.
I'm sure the universe is filled with life, and it would be a very good thing to have the tech.
Oh.
Perhaps not a good thing with all those other life forms in the universe, but right there in the DMT experience, inside our own heads, we have the opportunity to encounter another world, another realm, entities who are very different from ourselves.
Oh my gosh.
We should
What?
be spending a lot more research funds on exploring those experiences and finding out what's going on, rather than zooming off to other planets. Let's do both, but let's make sure that we understand that the consciousness is an enormous mystery, that the level of DMT opens up literally a parallel world. And this is there's a nexus here with quantum physics and with the notion of parallel realms and parallel realities. Maybe we can access them. Well, the work at Imperial College ultimately is going to come up with some answers to that.
And so much more cost effective
So much more
than
cost
traveling to other galaxies.
I mean, let's do that. Let's understand what we are. Let's understand what our consciousness is. Let's not just keep locked in this, we're here to produce, we're here to consume, we're here to buy cars. Sure, those are one part of our life today, but it's not all of us. We're much more mysterious, much deeper than just psychedelics offer a door into another way of exploring. When we do that, we
Yeah,
find
man.
that there are unseen realities all around us.
Shit's insane, bro.
Yes, in terms of research funds, it's so much cheaper.
Currency than Lehman Brothers. What? Crazy. That's crazy, man.
If we're going to do that, we need to explore the mystery of consciousness. And if we're going to have we're seriously.
Yeah, they're all mainly like private investors, though, aren't they?
Extraterrestrial, so-called,
Obviously, the Lehman was like the housing and
must recognize
housing market, whatever, but
fundamental
and loans, but
consciousness. It's not just physical content.
it was like companies and stuff. Obviously, the housing was people,
2005
but a lot of loans were companies. It was a house of cards of
And it is
companies.
astonishing, Joe, how
But this is just
were
like
described as encounters
a lot of
with
this is
Ella
companies too, but
Middle Age.
a lot of it's just personal people. Just people, just literally people buying crypto, putting it on there, just getting it on there, getting it fucking taken away, fucking gambled out from underneath. Can you believe it? Can you imagine receiving like billions of dollars and then gambling out the majority of those billions of dollars, either through donations to the Democratic Party or gamble, pool gasoline?
To explore the mysteries of consciousness.
Yeah, I'm very excited that the attitudes about this stuff from the general public, people are much more open-minded.
Gregory Manarino?
I mean, ever in my life. I remember discussing with people doing MIT in the early 2000s.
God, Manarino, man.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like looking into the future.
And now almost
It's like
everybody
me.
and their cousin has a story
It's
about
like you and I look
trying
into the
ayahuasca
future.
or doing
Who's Gerald? Gerald Salenti's final form?
peyote.
Yeah, it's very widespread. And I would say it's part of an overall
Don't turn into like a bitter Italian guy,
healthy.
the bitter crazy Italian guy at the bakery, at the coffee shop. Don't turn into that guy on Twitch.
Oh, a scientist.
Like I fear that's gonna be like my fate on Twitch. I'm gonna turn into that guy on
We're not willing
streaming.
any longer to be told what to think. We want to
Fuck
find out
off.
for ourselves, and that attitude is very much
I'm not playing very
when
well.
people explore the psychedelic experience in a responsible way, and psychedelics are very serious business. You and I both know this. They're very, very serious business. I would not encourage children to take psychedelics.
What? Did you
If
see
want to keep
that?
children away from psychedelics, it would be
Did
far
you
better
see
to
that?
make them legal than leave them illegal and available on the black market. I think it's something for the mature mind. But I
The little
regard it as a
nobody,
fundamental
the little daddy's
right
boy,
for adults to be able
the
to
little
explore our own
born on
consciousness
second
along
base and thinks he hit a home run.
And I see this attitude spreading much more widely in society. What the hell is that guy in a suit? What right is he on?
Those
Tell me
official pieces
how
of
I
shit.
treat my own health and how I treat my own consciousness. So long as I do no harm to others, that is entirely my business and nobody else's.
But I
And
can't say
if
that.
This is the source of civilization. Or one of
What a
the
mad
reasons
lad.
why people were able to
Corporate
think so creatively,
prostitutes.
incredible structures thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. This all does coincide with this work about these apocalyptic scenarios that you guys are talking about.
Did you see the live stream
To where we
of Salenti and the Judge in New York City in the summer 2022? It was the judge talking. He was giving a history lesson on like freedom and the Constitution, and how like these mandates were like just basically unconstitutional, but he like explained it exactly why and how pretty much how Congress and the House and the Senate and the president branch, if it's called the executive branch or whatever, they're all designed to keep each other in line and right. Obviously, it's like really basic stuff, but anyways, their fucking their live stream was shut down mid Judge Napolitano speech. It was crazy. I was watching it live and then it got shut down. YouTube friggin' blocked it.
They are refusing to be bound
It's
by
crazy.
the orders that are given to them by the powers that be. There's a new spirit within ourselves, and that new spirit is, in my view, going to change everything. It seems like a dark moment
Yo, Baron, you just listen. This is nice, man.
when you're in the middle of a paradigm shift.
What up,
It
Baron?
seems like a dark time, but we're privileged to live at this time, because 200-300 years from now, this time is going to be looked back on as a turning point in the human story.
That's sick, dude. Yeah, it's brand new. How awesome, dude. They're getting a Netflix series. Can you believe it? How cool is that, bro? It's the coolest thing ever.
And it probably is the most important meteor stream in terms of the history of recent life on this planet. And this
What's
goes
it
up,
called?
to people like Bill Napier and
I don't know.
guys who
Major astronomers
Joe Rogan just started off saying, "Hey, congratulations for the Netflix series. It's coming."
trying to shut them down and stop them.
I don't have
from
Netflix,
getting
though.
out there. Yes, NASA has a search for near-Earth asteroids, but
My girlfriend has
they're not paying
Netflix.
any attention to the total meteor stream. We know that there's 200 objects
Blessed
in the
her.
total meteor stream that are a kilometer or more in
No worries, man. It was right at the start.
Comet
You
Enki,
probably fast
which
forwarded
is
it.
at the heart of the stream, is almost 5 kilometers in diameter. It's all part of. These are all fragments of that original.
So YouTube and
giant
Twitch,
core
nice.
that began to disintegrate
dope.
12,800 years ago, and that the Earth ran into.
So is this, what are you showing me, Jeremy?
This is a video on Twitter of the tornado
Nah, brutal.
fireball pop up.
Yeah.
Bam.
That's exactly what happens. We're in that time period now, and fortunately, most of those fireballs are caused by little
Oh
objects.
god.
Maybe the size of your fist, maybe just the size of a fingertip, maybe just a speck of dust burning up into the atmosphere. But they are shrouding very large objects that are on that same orbit.
Yeah, man. I'm watching this through Spotify
Those large
for free. I don't pay.
do something about
I don't pay for
them. Evidence
Spotify.
shows that they did something terrible to the Earth 12,800 years ago. Changed everything.
And that is what this Netflix series is all about.
That's what Ancient Apocalypse is all about. It's why it's called Ancient Apocalypse, because that's what it ultimately comes down to. Now, there's masses of material in the series about
I'm playing very poorly, my friends.
and presenting the evidence for a lost civilization. But ultimately, when you talk of a lost civilization, how did it become lost? What happened? way that obliterated it from there. And this apocalyptic vector is the Aztec. Again, how different the world was during the Ice Age. The Sahara Desert was green. It was a fertile place. Nobody's doing much archaeology in the Sahara Desert today. The Amazon rainforest, 5 million plus square kilometers under deep.
Want to hear a random fact? I was playing Faxanadu for the first time on NES while Callie got the 115. That's so random. So I got like an NES EverDrive. And I was playing Faxanadu, which is a rare game. It's like $500 or something. But it's like... I have the EverDrive, so I just played the ROM. It's a great game. It's like imagine Morrowind on like the NES. In 2D though. It's still 2D. Imagine 2D Morrowind on the NES. That's pretty much what it is. It's pretty badass. Not quite Dragon Warrior, but it's still pretty good. Dragon Warrior 4. I'm not a big RPG guy though. The only RPGs I played were Pokemon. Like turn-based. I hate being forced to like fight a random opponent. I always run away.
It's not even very deep. It's only about 20 feet deep. It's one of the last things to be done at sea level rise, and that's why we show a graphic, a reconstruction of it above water. It's made of extremely regular blocks, megalithic blocks, on a very large scale, more than 1,000 feet in length. When you dive on it, and I've dived on it multiple times, and I went back to diving in order to dive on it again in this series. It's impossible to believe that it's entirely a and I took a marine biologist there with me, dived all over the world. There's no way.
Yo, Sour Stash, what's up, man?
Totally natural phenomenon.
How you doing, buddy? Yo, sweet ride, man. Really nice car, bro. Hell yeah, dude. Oh yeah, living the life. He said he was gonna get it, and then he got it. Mad lad, he actually did it. Doing good, thank you. Yo, nice.
Bimini today is a tiny. But Bimini during the
Up to Orlando, baller, man.
An enormous island. The whole
That's
Grand
nice.
Bahama Bank was above water. An enormous island, and weirdly, that island turns up on an
That'd be so nice, man.
It turns up. That's on the Bimini.
Breaking the new engine, yeah, bro.
That is on the left. That's the Bimini.
Nice, man.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that these uniform stones occurred naturally. And
Yeah.
how long is this?
About 1,000 feet long. It's not just a straight line. It's got a J-shape.
So my friend, so people know it's a Civic, a 2022 Civic.
Underwater for about 6,000 or 7,000 years. But the question is, how long before that was it made? How long did it?
Sun pass hole, yeah.
At a very prominent.
That sun pass lane is key, man.
we now call the Grand Bahama Banks. And one of the mysteries
I used it a lot, and it wasn't that expensive.
on an ancient map, the famous period East
Compared to Canada, tolls Canada are ridiculously expensive.
that Grand
But in
Bahama
Miami,
Banks
dude, it
as
was
an above-water
so
island
not
is
expensive at
shown
all.
And what do you see running down? An image
It's a
of the
touring Civic, nice, man, hell yeah.
above water. Now, how could the crew
4-door,
drew his map in
5-door?
13 have known this? He tells us the answer.
Oh, is it a touring Civic? Sorry, I thought that was Sour Stash confirming. I think it is a touring.
And he
4-door,
suggests
5-door?
that those maps had come out of the famous library of Alexandria, and that they'd been taken to Constantinople, and that's where he got access to them. Somebody
Nice.
map of the world has
Yeah, it looks nice. It doesn't look like a. I mean, you can see the hatchback, but it doesn't look like a traditional like a CRX or some shit. You know what I mean? It looks like a sedan, touring sedan.
No, this is Fury Reef. Just get around something down. It's on its side.
Nice, man.
Down there.
Hell yeah,
in the
dude.
lower left, if you bring the cursor down, that big island down there in the lower left. That island is exactly where the Grand Bahama Banks were.
Yeah, man. And like new cars are so nice. Everything's just so good. It like in some
So again, it suggests not only do we have
brands, and what I mean, Honda's one of them.
the face of the earth, but also we have evidence that somebody
Looks different from picture in person though.
recognized by archaeology had the capacity to explore
Probably looks luxury in person.
and to map
The color
during the last ice age.
probably looks really luxury. And the hatchback, it looks like there's like a lot of headroom and there's a lot of like. Looks like a
It's on maps drawn in
fucking.
which again
Looks like a rich car. It looks like a fucking. I don't want to say it, but it does look different. It looks more like a sedan. There's 1.5 turbo. Nice. 2.0 or something. Hell yeah, dude.
And where Antarctica is, yeah, that one. Keep going right. That one. That one you've got up at the top there. It just shows a hole where Antarctica.
Must be super fuel efficient.
Because it was an honest map. Nobody had found it by then. But if you go back to, for example, the Wolsey-Willer world map drawn in 1530 or thereabouts, you find Antarctica in its presence. If you can find Wolsey-Willer world map, it's worth taking. Orontius Phineas. Go for Orontius. O-R-O-N-T-E-U-S. Phineas. F-I-N-E-A-S. Orontius Phineas.
Oh, I like why.
Shows Antarctica exactly where it should be, and it shows it. There we go.
Maybe I should just like side strafe to the glass in that situation.
At the tip of South America.
Or do it- it's
just
moot.
south of South Africa.
What did they call it back then?
Well, they call it the Southern Land.
On eco normal.
And it's larger than it is today. But
It's
it
up on
was larger
sport,
than it
yeah,
is today
but
during the Ice Age. And
you gotta
people
have
were
sport.
wondering, now, what the fuck is it doing on a map?
You record when
drawn
you
in the
drive?
1500s, which we
What?
know
That's
was based
dope,
on
bro.
older
Yeah,
source
me
maps.
too. I got rear and front dash cams.
To me, the obvious answer is
Yes,
we
LOL.
with the fingerprints of a civilization that mapped the world and that left
Nice.
evidence of that mapping, which ancient map makers found and used and incorporated into their maps. These maps can
Sick
be very
drifts.
confusing because they were trying to mix exploration
front
data
dope,
from
man.
their own period with data from the older maps. But when you look at these maps in depth, they're very, very intriguing.
When you go back to what you think are the origin,
I think I told you, but I'll say it again.
how far back are we talking?
I think that we
Saw a really terrible accident where a car ran a red light off the highway and T-boned another car,
gave this to me for one of my birthdays.
and they kind of both ran the
An
lights,
ironic comment on myself.
and
Fuck it,
the car went flying
72 now. It's partly
and
an ironic comment on
sideswiped
myself.
like 2 or 3 pedestrians, and pedestrians went flying, and I got it on camera,
Science progresses. We have
and I pulled over, and I gave the cops the video. Yeah,
people telling you that anatomically
I was on my way. I was gonna do something, but then when I saw that the person went flying,
evidence of anatomically modern humans
and then they were like lying on the ground. I don't know what happened to them.
Then in Morocco,
I don't know if they
found
survived.
evidence of anatomically modern humans 300
So I stopped. I was on my way to meet my friends, and then I stopped and I gave it to the police. I said, "Hey, I had the
Once
cam
you start extending that timeline
video."
back, you're leaving much more room for an advanced civilization. Civilization that was ultimately destroyed. If you've just got 50,000 years to do it in, it doesn't leave you much space. But if you've got 300,000 years to play with, there's plenty of space. So the bottom line, I think,
Yeah, it was crazy. There was a woman pushing her stroller, a kid in a stroller, and the car missed her by, I don't know, between 1 and 3 feet. Like, it was insane. It was like out of a movie. One person went flying. I think it was a lady. There was 3 people. Three people went flying. One lady I saw went flying and like hit the wall in the corner of the building.
ancient Egypt.
I don't know if
How
she was
far back do
okay.
you think that goes?
Oh, I think the Nile goes back a very.
How long ago?
The Nile River system.
Dick will even know the intersection.
Actually,
It was off the Gardner. This was 2018, 2019. It was in winter off the Gardner. So you get off the highway down in Toronto, and there's a red light. And there's a lane on the right that's like a right turning lane. But like this asshole used it to try to go ahead and bypass all the cars that were lined up from the highway. You know what I mean? He used the right turning lane to try to sneak out ahead. But there was a car that ran the red light as he tried to anticipate going early. And that's how he T-moned it. It was retarded. There were two retarded people doing dumb shit. And that car was flying because the car was coming off the highway. And he knew it was because he saw the light turn red. And he knew it was going to turn green. He was going to dart out in front like an asshole.
The last time you had the water erosion like that in the Nile Valley was precisely during the...
It was a Saturday too. It was a Saturday. It was fucking Saturday, like 3 o'clock p.m. It was the worst.
We're not saying that there was a flood.
Like in the afternoon. It was at Gardner and like Blue Jay Way. Gardner and Spadina. Right downtown, like right outside the Blue Jay fucking. It's like Blue Jays game, this exit. Asshole drivers. This exit. The cops were really appreciative. I did it for justification, like for the people that got hit. Obviously, looking at the damage of the cars, you know what happened, but showing that they both ran the red light, that's huge, right? Like, there's no fucking bullshit. Fuck you. Yeah. Dude, I think I still have that video.
John Anthony West was the first person to suggest that there should be a huge question mark.
Should need national image crews tend not to stick around there. You know what another video I have on my dash cam? Dude, I was driving on the 401 to Ottawa, and I saw, that's from Toronto to Ottawa, and I saw a huge fireball in front of me on the left, and it was this truck without a trailer, right? Just like an 18-wheeler, just the truck without the trailer. So it's like an 8-wheeler or whatever it is. And it was completely on fire. It was a huge fireball, and the 401 was completely backed up behind it. And it was like exploding and shit. And I used to be like a truck driver on the 401. I drove hazardous waste. So I had like just quit. Actually, that's where I had my accident. And then I saw that, I'm like, dude, I'm never going to drive a truck on the highway again. It was...
his descriptions and his understanding of the various levels of...
I have the video. I saved it.
You see it most clearly in the trench surrounding this thing.
It was completely engulfed. I don't know what happened to the driver, man. What happens if it starts igniting and you're going at like 120 kilometers or 60 miles per hour? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do? can't do anything. And all that wind, all this like fire coming right into your
when the Sphinx is
face.
supposed to have been made from new. What were they doing restoring the Sphinx 4,500 years ago?
Poorly
They just-
maintained company
You
vehicles?
know,
No.
logic needs to be applied to this
No,
whole
no.
process, and we need to free ourselves from the dogma of the academic mainstream. And
So if this was all.
And then there was an accident in Kingston, Ontario, of a truck. I know the turn. The turn is very crazy because it's like down a hill and then it turns sharp. And there's a tanker that crashed into the river. It was like oil tanker or whatever.
I think it was around all that.
And with that curve, I'm sure that oil tanker, like the weight is just gonna like, because if you turn on that thing, all the liquid is gonna come down, right? And you're gonna roll the truck. And I remember this, like, reading the comments of CTV News, everyone's like, "Oh, the driver needs to be responsible. Like, what type of like did they spill all the oil in the river?" I'm like, dude, this fucking guy, like, he almost like died driving this fucking death trap truck for your fucking ass. And what, now you're trying to throw him under the fucking bus for some fucking shitty frogs in some fucking lake? Man, when I saw that. Or, I have another story.
Because we do it, and that's what I'm suggesting was the case back then.
30 seconds before I got there.
Very different.
Holy shit, no fucking way. That's terrible, bro.
Enough technology to map the Earth. Very advanced
Don't share that. No, man. No. Thanks for sharing, man, but it's not, we're not, sorry, I don't mean to share terrible stories. I'm sorry for that person.
Two professors of the history of science, Giorgio de Santillana and Herta von Deschen, back in the 60s. And what that book is
I'm sorry you had to witness that,
because it
Baron.
shows, going back into the oldest myths and traditions of the world, highly advanced astronomical knowledge that should not have been possessed by hunter-gatherer civilizations, astronomical knowledge that could only have been accumulated thousands of years of careful observation and recording of data.
Yikes. Or,
Is present in the most ancient myths.
did you hear about that driver in
Just as much as my first experience in front of the great
Colorado
led me to begin asking questions
that
about the narrative of our past.
I think went to prison for manslaughter of 2 people because his brakes on the truck that he was driving that was owned by the company that he worked for, so he was not an owner-operator, the brakes failed on the mountain road and he couldn't stop the truck, and he like ran into like a car or whatever, and like they like blamed him and all this shit. Apparently there was some safety stopping, the safety truck sand lanes on windy roads. I don't know if it's not really that common in like North America, but they're common in like Asia and Vietnam and Thailand and shit. A lot in Vietnam. It's a lot of deaths, a lot of roadside deaths. It's so sad, man. Dudes, I haven't gotten a single mainframe. Like, I've gotten one single mainframe in how long? Hour and 13 minutes?
Well, maybe if you're just at ground level, that will do. But when you're 350 feet above the ground, as you are in the King's Chamber, that won't do at all. I don't know how they did it. All I know is they did it. I don't think anybody knows how they did it, how they lifted those stones, how they brought them up to that level. I think they're looking at
Yeah, so that guy, he got like
this ancient apocalypse.
a long time in prison for manslaughter of 2 people.
Wipe that from the human memory banks, almost completely.
There's no way I'm gonna drive a truck ever again for anybody. Like, no.
Removed most of it.
You kidding me? Unless I'm an owner-operator.
Powerful high
It's the only way.
Anything that was existing on those flooded coastlines.
When I saw that, I was like, damn, dude.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot more energetic than now. I mean, imagine your sea level rising at 3 or 4 feet, at least. faster than we've seen rise in the last century.
Brutal animation, my man. Terrible. Just terrible, my friends.
You're talking about a very energetic intertidal zone. And anything that's there, short of large megalithic blocks, is going to be utterly obliterated by the time the process is through. And I think that this is one of the things that, you know, the archaeologists and the prehistorians, people are looking at that, have failed to take into account the severity of these events. The question always is, where are the artifacts? Where's the pottery? Where's the evidence that this civilization existed? And I have two responses to that. One, you don't realize the extent of the total remodeling of this planetary surface.
Yeah, so what other dash cam? Oh, I have a video of a crazy guy.
Tons of images where I think
A video of a crazy guy.
really awesome drone footage here before we're done. But once you get to wrap your head around it,
Losing his mind at me
you know, it's like
in a A&W drive-through.
and it completely obliterates. And then a short while later, you drop another one on the same
I think
place.
he was like being an asshole or something by not letting me in for like some lane or something. And then
What are you going to look for? You know, it's going to be just rubber. Reincorporated.
yeah, and then we had to like I had to get into there was a long traffic. There was a lot of traffic. I was turning right. I need to get into the gas station on the next right, and this guy wouldn't let me in. So whatever. And then there was like an opening, and then I snuck through to the right to get into the gas station, and apparently he needed to go there too, but he like missed the opportunity, and he thought like I cut him off, and like he was losing his mind, man. He was like hands on the hood. I was just like, bro, man, like chill the heck out, like I'm sorry, man, like I think I was like I think I apologized. I'm like, I'm sorry, dude.
I think we're getting very close to rediscovering.
It's funnier in Canada because people aren't usually carrying pistols. In the United States, something like that's not very funny.
We could dive into this, and I don't want to get into
Officially 0 degrees. It's really cold outside.
Well, I shouldn't really get into it.
Get into it. Get into it. We gotta get into it. Okay, well, we've opened the doors.
Yeah, that was in Brampton, Dick. That was at Goreway and that was the A&W at Goreway and Highway 7, my man. Queen.
There are people out there now who have been working.
Right by the cycle. That was like on my way to work. I think I was wearing like a fucking dress-up shirt and
I
shit.
don't want to digress too much into this now because I would rather be able to give a whole preview of it. That might kind of derail.
And then the guy trying to get like a breakfast like sandwich to start my like wage slave job
basically
that I had.
in secret. And I've had the privilege of talking to some people over the last 6 or 7 years. And right now, as we're speaking,
I'm playing really poorly, my friends.
who are basically going to open source a whole lot of stuff in the next 3 months, so it can never get suppressed again. And that's why I'd like to come back and talk.
Well, I'd love to have you come back and talk about it, but we got to talk about it a little bit now.
Okay, well, there's a
God.
laboratory right now in the Maldives that's been building prototypes using these technological principles, which are based on implosion rather than explosion. And the
Oh my God, man.
Tesla's ideas are part of it, I think you mentioned.
Tesla's ideas are very much a part of it. Yes, Tesla's ideas are very much a part of it. So is, I don't know if you ever, Victor Schauberger, he did the work with water and discovered, yeah. Look up, Jamie, could you look up Victor? Oh, I have the cable now, don't I?
Take it back to me.
Oh, no, let me,
Suck, guys. I really suck.
up here and,
I'm a shitty player.
The thing is, we're looking at technologies that are not the same as ours.
Yes.
And that's partly why archaeologists can't see them, because they're looking for us in the past. They're not open to the possibility
Really
of
suck,
whole
guys.
other kinds of technology that can be used.
Right.
I always go back to the ancient Egyptian traditions that speak of priests chanting as these huge blocks were lifted into the air. were they using some kind of sound effect, some kind of use of sound was able to manipulate matter? We know that sound can manipulate matter. The lifting these blocks again and again appears in ancient traditions. The notion that we could lift these blocks with sound
Like,
seems
fuck
absurd.
off.
What the other's thinking about now is people who are working on a whole alternative path of technology, and maybe that's a rediscovery of the kind of technologies that were used by a lost civilization.
I think that's what's important about what you're saying, is that we have this very limited idea of technology based on what we've experienced.
Yeah.
But if you had anatomically similar human
Driving a
beings
truck
lived
in the
for
city is so
thousands and thousands of
dangerous
years,
too.
Stuff just keeps on getting older.
If you think about
Way too fucking
the amount
dangerous.
of progress that we've
And
achieved
you're taking
as
responsibility.
modern humans, it's just
And
the
if
last few hundred
you
years.
have
You go
if you
back
do something
400
wrong,
years to now,
it's on
a
your record. It's on
stunning
your driving
progress.
record.
Absolutely stunning.
And if you have a completely different path of technology,
Disasters. Disastrous job.
internal combustion engines and cranes and the like that we experience
Leverage,
today.
mechanical
Yeah.
advantage, everything that our tech is based around.
Something that's insanely advanced, tens of thousands of years of difference.
It sucks too because like you're not driving where you want to drive. You're driving in like shitty workplaces. So you think you're like, oh yeah, I'll be okay, but it's like you don't even you're going places you've never been before because of these shitty industrial workplaces. These crazy people that bang on the hood of your car in an A&W driveway.
This was the inspiration. You know, his work was suppressed. A lot of his patents were taken, sealed up by the U.S. government.
Shout
for
out
whatever
Brampton.
reason, I don't know. But this is some of the stuff that's now being developed using his ideas, plus some of the others. The man I've been talking to.
So yeah, I have the.
And
That's one of the videos I have, just because he's a crazy guy. Didn't know what he was gonna do if he took my license plate number or whatever. Because I worked around the corner, I worked down the street.
and here's the basic
I live down the
I
street.
think I understand. Resonance frequency.
It's no, it's
Everything
not,
vibrates.
Dick.
If you ever, like if we had an electric
It's
radio,
not, man.
then
Don't
turn it on, set it on the
don't lie, man.
it's gonna move around. Just ever seen that?
Lying is not allowed
That's
in
the
this
beginning of
chat.
the concept, because it's vibrating. Everything vibrates at frequency.
Actually, no, lie to me. Please lie to me.
You can control.
Lie to me right now, dude.
And I think that's the basic idea of what we're looking at here. And it's all based upon the ancient numbers. And they're developing technologies right now, and they have been. I was recently contacted.
I feel like I've gone into like
I've
hibernation.
been sitting on this for 7 years without talking because they asked me not to talk until they had their patents in place.
Before I come out of hibernation, I want to achieve Damn Agent 53.
So we're now free to talk about it. So that's what I'm saying. I think it'd be a good idea.
I got the let me show you what I got, bros. Let me show you.
I'm gonna lay this on Graham's so you can look at it, because I really want to get Graham's feedback on this.
I mean, would it be fair to say that there's an element of rediscovery of the
Yes.
lost technology?
I think it would be fair to say. Yes.
And so through this technology, they are able to move stones or cut stones or all the above,
All the above.
and even transport them.
So we got the 2.x GameCube stick.
All the frequencies of the elements. And
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna
the numbers that
use my Dremel. Like who was it? Big Tommy Man.
from looking at these ancient
I'm gonna use my Dremel to make the notches more profound.
I've been talking about.
Because I'm terrible 2.x. I'm terrible. But if I make it more profound, I can.
The game, the final result was good. So this inventor
And even put like a rail. I was thinking of making the notch more profound and even put like two horizontal, even like nails as a rail. That'd be fucking amazing.
That's what he said. So for 7 years he's been supplying all the information, copies of all the patents.
So we're gonna use this to get Damn 53 hopefully.
The prototypes, and Mazda, the car manufacturer in Japan, is getting ready to do a $25 million test
Like, not now, in the future, I mean.
There's over 100, they've developed over 100 patents on some of this stuff. And it's amazing.
And what would be the fuel?
Well, plasmoids, as it says here, are donut or toroidal-shaped clusters of net protons or net electrons that once captured and placed into a toroidal orbit are capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing enormous amounts of energy within their self-generated and structured electromagnetic containment. Plasmoids in fact function as an atomic battery that is self-charging due to its ability to battery. But it's a lot to get into, and I think would take us kind of off what we're here to talk about.
But
today.
at least what's promising is that there is some, at least research or understanding.
And it's actually quite good. And in order to avoid the kinds of things that befell Tesla and Wright, Robert Oppenheimer, Victor Schauberger, and so many others that were working in these fields, all kind of converging under the same instrument. It's been conducted in laboratories, been
Like, fuck off, man. This is so dumb.
What is the motivation to suppressing?
I think in case of Tesla, wasn't it military, the fear of military application?
I also think that there are huge corporations that have very large investments in a particular path of technology, which is ours.
Right.
And for somebody to come up with a whole new path, very threatening, and much better for them than to suppress it, or they can't suppress it, kind of buy it, and keep things on. So that's
And maybe for people that are curious about this, consider the massive change that the nuclear power, whereas before the 1940s, this was unheard of. This even the concept of it. And all of a sudden, now we have nuclear power, nuclear weapons, the most profound power known to man currently.
God help us, it's a power for use by adults. Unfortunately, it's the link of children who are leading our world. The leaders of our planet, the politicians out there, they're just complete arseholes. I can't think of any of them who I feel any respect for whatsoever. And it's they who are in charge of this frightening, terrifying technology. We just aren't mature enough as a civilization to manage technology like that. You have to get that level of maturity.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that these people they're not psychedelic experiments.
I've said it on your show, and I'll say it again. If I could set the rules, I would absolutely insist that nobody has the right to run for head of state or head of government unless they've had a dozen experiences with ayahuasca.
Here, here.
Let them have those experiences first. Mushrooms will do the job just as well. A dozen major doses of mushrooms will do the job just as well. It's about self-examination that we see so little of in our politicians today. And I think many of them would actually decide, I don't want to be a politician anymore. Yeah. And those who did carry on in that path would be gentler, kinder, and more open to scrutiny.
We did have one president who, it's pretty a lot of evidence that he did in fact take several acid trips. You know who that was?
Who's that?
John Kennedy.
Really?
Oh yeah. He was having multiple affairs in the White House, right?
I knew about that.
Okay, so one of his affairs was with a woman who was an associate. So that's well established. So the root there's basis to the root.
That's another reason why they killed him.
Could be. Well, it could be that because of his, because he did really go through.
Fuck, like these, like why do I suck?
Last year. But what it comes down to is, right now everything that's going on in the world is basically about the control of energy and resources. And if there was a way of technology or energy that could do an end run around this idea that we live in a Malthusian reality and we have to have this fight to the end of who's going to control the energy, who's going to control the resources. It would render our entire foreign policy, our military policy, all of that irrelevant. And from what I've seen about, and my evolving opinion about the possibility of there being ancient technology, that if there was an ancient technology, it should be possible to recover. And what I've seen in the last half a decade or more has initially skeptical, but as I've learned more, gone arduously through these patents and things, I've become convinced, yeah, there is something here, that there are people who have been working. They would like my role as their professional. These guys are academic scientists, inventors, one of them is a geophysicist. A couple of people that I met recently
See,
who are putting
like,
money up
yeah,
for
24.
are basically
I mean, obviously they didn't kill the guards, but
who have seen the prototype.
it's like really actually just a traditional mainframe and just
Or not,
much more
about a month
consistent.
ago, early October, with 4 gentlemen that are putting
Right? Like,
these prototypes. One of them said to me,
last session they just did traditional mainframe and I had a lot of good runs.
he says, I've seen
Today I'm doing freaking new mainframe and
technology work. I'm now convinced. They've done their initial prototypes, and now they're going to do this major test. Mazda, automobile manufacturer in Japan, has come on board, said you can use our laboratories, and because of course what they're thinking is that they may be able to get the end run on the other. And one of the things, and when I come back, we can look into this. I've got the videos of taking one of the gentlemen that I met with was nephew of some mechanical engineer who took one of the devices, and it took 4 hours. They retrofitted a internal combustion engine because what the
terrible. I ruined it. I blew it. I ruined the run.
the waste products.
I ruined the run.
Products, carbon dioxide, everything that's coming out of an internal combustion engine gets captured and recycled and converted back to energy. The initial test showed that the internal combustion engine went from about a 30% efficiency
Scam.
to 80% efficiency. This is just the
I ruined it. It's me.
I can come on your show and look at the video. I love it. So they're going to open source all of it around the world. So they're looking for venues to put this information out because, like Malcolm there, the inventor you saw, he says, this is my legacy and I want the world to have this.
So if we can,
Well, I was going to say, as you say, that they have to be that we live in. And I would say that we live in a system that is very controlled, that works through very clever means to control the way people think. But that the younger generation is beginning to break free of that in exciting ways. And I would say that archaeology, strangely enough, is a very important part of that system of control. If archaeologists can convince us that we are the end product of a long, steady evolution, we're the apex and the pinnacle of human achievement, then it justifies everything else that goes on in the world right now. Is any chance of pulling up the
do you think,
enemy number 1 clip in a minute?
please we'll do that, but do you think that they're doing this in cahoots, or do you think they're doing this to protect their own personal interests? And it seems to align with these systems.
First and foremost, to protect their own personal interests.
And their own personal interests are to express history the same way that they have always.
Yeah, I don't think that there are many archaeologists who are actually deliberately lying to them. I don't think that's happening.
They're just egotistical human beings.
They're just like everybody else. You get invested in a particular lie.
Yeah.
It becomes existentially important.
It's your identity.
It's your identity.
And your knowledge defines it.
Your knowledge defines it. And if others challenge it, your first reaction is self-defense.
Yes.
You got to defend yourself against this intruder who is attacking you in one way or another. So I don't think that it's a calculated conspiracy
in that way. But I
Too
do
far
think
back, I don't think it's gonna open.
advantage is being taken of it by other powers, by the powers that be. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole COVID and vaccine issue too much right now. There's a lot I don't know about that, but one thing I do know for sure is that the whole COVID and vaccine issue is deliberately, carefully used by governments. They've taken advantage of it to inculcate
This is so dumb.
habit of obedience in the population, that we just kind of automatically say yes, and that's part of the controlling powers in our society fighting back against this tendency to individuality and to thinking for ourselves. And that's why I say we live in the middle of a paradigm shift, where we're in struggle right now. Neither one side or the other is going to win, but I believe that the force of good is a real force, and that the ability to think freely and think independently that the younger generation is showing is going to come.
And what is this enemy number 1 video? Do we need to pass the sacred HDMI cable again?
Well, again, it's just this I was initially really perplexed by the way archaeologists responded to me. Why would they hate me so much? Why would they be so angry with me?
Well, you're an outsider.
And yeah, I guess that's it. Simply by proposing a different point of view. So it's just another short clip from Ancient Apollo.
This idea is upsetting to the so-called experts, who insist that the only humans who exist in research were simple things. That automatically makes me view number 1 to archaeologists.
Why not just say, we don't know. This is a spectacular mystery and leave it at that.
It's my job to offer an alternative. There's been a forgotten end of history, but the patronizing attitude of mainstream academia
Just so dumb, man.
Very, very dramatic. I was lucky to work with a really top-class professional camera team in making this series. I'm talking about COVID, my goodness. I mean, to make an 8-episode TV series when the world was shut down, the number of quarantines we had to do in places like, Indonesia, in order to get this job done. But we powered through, and we got it done. And I hope the series is going to make a difference. I'm just going to be part of that, providing an alternative source of information to people who are fed up with being told what to think by the system.
No, I'm certain it'll provide a lot of inspiration for people to think differently. Now, the possibility of this technology existing, that we were talking about, existing in the past, would this technology be made with metal? Would these engines, these alternative technology engines, and if they were, we really wouldn't find evidence of them?
I think we should be open-minded to a whole range of things.
Exactly.
One of the issues that gets me into a lot of trouble with archaeologists is that I think there are latent human abilities which we are not using. I don't know if you've ever had...
Fuck off, it didn't give me the fast pause.
So Rupert has done a lot of work on telepathy. Real solid scientific work. Just like, why does your dog know when you're coming home? He did a series of controlled experiments where the owner came home at random different times of day. And the dog always knew when he was coming. Some kind of telepathic message was passing back and forward. Rupert Sheldrake has shown that telepathy is a real thing. We're thinking there's somebody, and the next second the phone rings. And it's that person. Things like that. Rupert has done very thoroughly detailed statistical work to show that it's far beyond chance. That this is a real ability that we're persuaded. What about telekinesis? The ability to move objects with the mind. That sounds like Stephen King territory. But maybe we can do it. Again, our society has rested all its faith on leverage and mechanical advantage and a particular kind. We allow what I think may be latent to the abyss and not to be used anymore. So much so that we laugh at
Wow, 3 shots dead. 3 shots. I had half body armor and one I had 4 bars of body armor and half a bar of health, and 3 shots I passed away.
that we've forgotten how to use today. There would, of course, be no
112.
whatsoever. There'd only be the
What is
result
that?
of
What
they
pace is
did,
that?
Like those 70-ton blocks lifted 350 feet in the
That
air.
means I would have uploaded it at like 106.
In the Great Pyramid.
Is that
It's
true?
impossible to explain in terms of leverage and mechanical advantage, but perhaps another explanation is needed.
Also,
I'm gonna take a break and use the washroom. Thanks.
in terms of their ability to move immensely.
Oh man, that sucks. That was a fast
that
run.
It makes you consider. In
That was
a way
tradition- that was
where we're
traditional
talking
mainframe.
about- Look, even if we use the conventional dating of 2500 BC, how? Like, what was available? How did they do that? Like, what?
I've never seen a satisfactory explanation from the
Okay.
Egyptological fraternity
You're back.
as to how this was done. They keep coming up with multiple theories about how the Great Pyramid was built, and none of them make any sense to me. I've been lucky enough to climb the Great Pyramid 5 times. I've explored every internal passageway. This thing is just a gigantic mystery in stone. It challenges us to think again about everything in the ancient world. The fact that it incorporates the dimensions of our planet in its key
Sucks, my
dimensions,
friends.
that you can take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply by 43,200 and you get the polar radius of the Earth. You can measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid, multiply it by the same number, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. I won't bore you, but that number is not a random number. Anybody who goes into my books will find that it relates to the obscure astronomical phenomenon called precession of the equinoxes. The Great Pyramid is almost perfectly aligned to true north within 3/60ths of a single degree. 13-acre footprint, 6 million tons, 481 feet high, and aligned to true north with this incredible precision. I think they're trying to tell us something. When the pyramid speaks to our planet, it speaks to this Earth. It's aligned to true north, and it's built on a scale that models the dimensions of the Earth, and that scale is derived from a key motion of the Earth itself. Very, very clever. And again, I try and mention this to archaeologists. They say, it's just a coincidence. It's just rubbish. You know, that's what they say. And it's such a lazy way to dismiss the data, rather than getting to grips with the data and saying, could this really have happened by coincidence, or is something going on here?
See, there are these key numbers that recur over and over again. We find them in the Vedas, we find them in the Bible, we find them in Mayan traditions. They were in Sumeria, over and over again. And one of those key numbers, what Bert Graham just said, 43,200. Or, you know, and even in the way we still measure time today, if you think about how do we measure the length of one orbit, one rotation of the Earth on its axis, the meridian lining up with the center of the sun, we've divided that into seconds, right? Minutes, hours. 24 hours is the exact period of the Earth's rotation with respect to the sun, okay? 24 hours times 60 means there's 86,400 seconds exactly in that period. On the moment of vernal equinox, the period of time of darkness and of light are exactly equal, 43,200. That number is the scaling ratio of the pyramid. If we were to take the pyramid as it is today on the Giza Plateau, enlarge it by a factor of 43,200, as Graham said, the height of it is literally within a few hundred feet of being the polar radius of the Earth. And in fact, the range of error is within the range of error of our most accurate modern satellite surveys. And we could, when I come back, I could easily demonstrate that.
We'll do that.
I put together the slides to show exactly how it's done, the geometry of the height, the ratio of the height to the square base solves the ancient geometric problem of the squaring of the circle. Because what they've basically done is that if you enlarge that pyramid by 43,200, the square base now becomes precisely the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Precisely. And for somebody to say this is just coincidence, well, if it was one example, or two examples, no, there's dozens of examples like this where you could show that somehow somebody seemed to know something beyond what they've been given credit
something that they shouldn't have known at the time that that structure is supposed to have been built. What we're looking at in the Great Pyramid and many other structures around the world, staring us in the face, almost slapping us in the face, is evidence of a lost technology. And yet it's so resisted and so sneered upon by mainstream academia. That's one of the things I really find very uncomfortable about archaeology, is the way that they sneer at alternative ideas. You know, the fact that I've taken psychedelics, that is used against me all the time by my critics. Oh, you know, Hancock takes drugs, so you shouldn't listen to anything that he says.
That's what I tell my kids.
But what a, excuse me, what a lazy way
Yeah.
to dismiss an alternative argument. Just with
It's very
insults.
lazy. Yeah, it's silly. It's also, it's like, what has he gotten out of those drugs, and why are you so dismissive of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so fascinated by the possibility of this ancient technology existing and what form it existed in. If they really did have the ability to calculate as you're describing, and they did it with such incredible accuracy, and the way you're laying it out, it's almost undeniable. The possibility of coincidence is far less than the possibility of calculation.
Yeah, absolutely. And yet this lazy dismissal is used to keep people locked in a particular framework of thinking. And that's what we're trying to disrupt. We're disruptors, we're contrarians. And I think there's a need for disruptors and contrarians in the world, no matter how much they insult me, no matter how much they insult Randall. The information that we're putting out there, sooner or later, is going to do some good.
How far back do you think this technology goes? You know, I keep pressing this because I want to get an understanding of, like, what's the long end of this? How far back do you think human sophisticated civilization existed? If the conventional idea is ancient Sumer, 6,000 Mesopotamia, 6,000 plus years ago, how far do you think we're talking?
Well, first and foremost, I can't give you absolute facts here. I'm working on my ideas about the past. I think it's a civilization that went back deep into the last ice age, maybe as far back as 100,000 years into the past. I think it's a civilization that emerged out of hunter-gatherer societies and emerged out of shamanism. You encounter shamans in the Amazon rainforest today who are using ayahuasca. Well, ayahuasca is a miracle in itself. You know, there's 100,000 plus different species of plants and trees in the Amazon. You have to put two of them together to create the ayahuasca brew. One of them contains DMT, and the other contains a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. DMT is not orally active. That's why we have to smoke it in order to get the effect. But what they've done in the Amazon is make it orally active by combining it with the ayahuasca vine, which contains the monoamine oxidase inhibitor that switches off an enzyme in the stomach that allows the gut to absorb the DMT and for it to enter the brain. Now that is science that we're looking at there. We're looking at evidence of science. So the notion of science emerging from a shamanistic society makes perfect sense to me. And again, this is where the archaeologists roll their eyes. But when you ask those shamans in the Amazon, where did your ancestors get the knowledge to make ayahuasca come from? I mean, surely it can't have been done by trial and error. When you've got 100,000 different species of plants and trees, you're taking two, neither of which is active on its own, which only work when they're combined together. How did you arrive at that? And they say, the spirits taught us. How did the spirits teach you? Oh, our ancestors used to use yopo. They took a snuff, that's a DMT snuff. And in the yopo trance, they were taught how to make ayahuasca. So the idea, ludicrous as it may seem to archaeologists, that shamanistic societies can create science seems to make perfect sense to me. And I think the lost civilization I'm talking about emerged out of shamanism, but that it then went further steps ahead than other hunter-gatherer societies. And unlike our civilization today, which is in the process of destroying the last hunter-gatherer civilizations on Earth, some members of our civilization, I'm very glad the way the election just went in Brazil, because we need to preserve the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon, it's madness to cut down the Amazon rainforest and turn it into soybean farms. You know, our civilization today has no respect for nature,
no respect for hunter-gatherers, who are people with an enormous store of knowledge of how to survive on this planet. I think that the ancient civilization I'm talking about had great respect for its roots, for its origins in hunter-gatherer civilizations, and that's why I don't think they contaminated them too much. They stayed away from them and pursued their own path once they'd achieved these levels of technology.
You often talk about the use of LiDAR and ground-penetrating radar and how they've uncovered these structures, and
It's
that
astonishing.
the ancient Amazon rainforest was filled with massive civilizations.
Yes, absolutely no doubt about it now.
Is it possible that these massive civilizations were also advanced, and through the use of pharmacology, the same way we understand how to synthesize DMT and
Yeah.
synthesize various psychedelic drugs, that's how they learn?
Yes, it's perfectly possible that there is science in the hunter-gatherer mode of life, and that they applied that science. The Amazon is not entirely a natural product. The Amazon is a human-made garden. The trees in the Amazon that produce food are hyper-dominant. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because human beings made that happen. They created this incredible, we still don't understand it fully today, the terra preta, the black earth, which is immensely fertile, which reproduces its own fertility through bacteria in the soil. There are still patches of terra preta all over the Amazon, and settlers in the Amazon seek them out to plant in. Again, this is evidence of science. There were cities in the Amazon. Populations of 100,000 or more have been now revealed in the Amazon. It was a completely different from what we imagined it to be. And it used to be 7 million square kilometers. About 2 million square kilometers have been cut down by our rapacious, short-sighted, idiotic civilization. But 5 million square kilometers are left, and we're just beginning to get a hint of what's underneath them as a result of LiDAR. This technique, like light imaging and detection ranging, which flies, you can fly a plane over a section of rainforest, and without damaging anything, you can see what's underneath that rainforest. And what's underneath it is gigantic geometrical structures, huge squares, circles, a circle surrounded by a square, just enormous constructions that you would not expect to find hunter-gatherer civilizations having made, and yet there they are in the Amazon. I've had occasion to this is one of the recent sciences on this. I've had occasion to meet a few billionaires, and I've tried to say to them, if you want to do some good with your money, put it into a major LiDAR survey of the Amazon, because right now only a tiny section of the state of Acre in Brazil has been surveyed by LiDAR, and what's come out of there, they're even finding pyramids in the middle of the Amazon. And then once they're found, archaeologists can go to them and have a look at them. Put some money into a proper LiDAR survey of the entire Amazon, and our whole idea of the past of the human species may change. And that comes back to my point. 5 million square kilometers in the Amazon, hardly studied. 27 million square kilometers of submerged continental shelves, hardly studied. 9 million square kilometers of the Sahara Desert, hardly studied. And yet archaeology claims to know the whole story of our past. Ridiculous. They can't know the whole story of the past while so little of the planet remains, so much of the planet remains untouched by archaeology. And why does it remain untouched? Well, partly it's very expensive to go do archaeology in the Sahara or in the Amazon, and partly because archaeologists are convinced that they're not going to find anything there. Well, LiDAR is breaking that myth. It's showing us that there is something to find in the Amazon. And I would urge any good-hearted billionaire who wants to see some real changes in our understanding of the past to put some money into LiDAR surveys. I know a number of the archaeologists who are doing this, a guy called Marty Partinson, for example. Very, very, very important work, but they're doing it on tiny funds. They need more funding in order to survey the whole Amazon. And I think if the whole Amazon is surveyed, it's going to radically change the way we view our past.
One of the problems is that both in archaeology and geology is the focus on a very limited, specialized site. You will have archaeologists that will spend a decade excavating one site, and obviously they're going to know more about that site than anybody, far and away. What seems to be lacking, and the same with geologists, you know, you'll have geologists who will spend years examining one site, one geological outcrop, determining the lithology, the petrology, the sedimentary sequence, the ages, and they can tell you all about that site. What's missing, though, is the big picture. The integrating these different parts and these sites. And really, this is where there's room for those who are not super specialized to come in and try to come up with some kind of a coherent model that can link these sites together into a big picture. The panorama, the grander panorama. I'm thinking of the Al Goodyear. Down at
Topper.
Tell a little bit about Al. And
Well, Al is an archaeologist, and he was, for a long time, there was a dogma in archaeology, a true dogma, that there were no human beings in the Americas until 13,000 years ago. Let's say 13,400 years ago. And they called them the Clovis culture. And the dogma was called Clovis first, that there were just no human beings here before Clovis. And Al was excavating a site called Topper, looking for Clovis materials, but then he did what other archaeologists didn't do. They dug below the Clovis layer. And below the Clovis layer...
People kept asking him, well, what's below it?
What's below it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And when he dug below it, he found evidence, more evidence of humans, going back tens of thousands of years before Clovis, going back 50,000 years. Like so many archaeologists who've broken the mold and found evidence that confronted the dogma, he was shunned by his colleague.
What was this evidence that he discovered?
Evidence of human presence in the Americas. Artifacts, objects, 50,000 years ago. I'm not saying artifacts of a high civilization. I'm just saying evidence that humans were here. That this dogma that there were that there were no humans in the Americas until 13,000 years ago. That dogma locked the archaeology of the Americas in a single place for 40 or 50 years. And every single archaeologist, Jacques Mars at Bluefish Caves in the Yukon, for example, who found evidence of humans 24,000 years ago, every one of them suffered. Their research grants were pulled away from them. They were shunned at conferences. They were insulted by their colleagues. But as time passed, they would prove to be right. And this is the important issue. When I was researching America before, I went down to San Diego and talked with the team there who excavated the Cerruti Mastodon site. They think human beings have been in the Americas for 130,000 years, not 13,000, but 130,000 years. That gives you a lot of time for things to develop here in the Americas. Down in South America, there's a genetic connection between certain tribes in the Amazon and the peoples of Melanesia, of Papua New Guinea. That connection is not found anywhere in North America. So the old notion, again, it's a dogma, that human beings crossed the Bering Straits when they were a land bridge in the north and they traveled down through North America into South America. It may be that the completely opposite is true, that people were crossing the oceans tens of thousands of years ago, settling first in South America and then migrating north. And it's just very difficult for these ideas to become accepted. But little by little, this is what happens with paradigm shifts. As the new evidence keeps coming in, it becomes more and more absurd to stick to the old idea. Now, if you have human beings in the Americas for 130,000 years, then you have a possibility for an advanced civilization to have emerged right here in the Americas, in North America, in South America. And if that advanced civilization had based itself in the land that we now call the Channeled Scatlands, there wouldn't be a single thing left of it because of the pummeling massive forces of flooding that tore across that landscape during the Younger Dryas.
Now, the prevailing theory of what happened to the civilization in the Amazon rainforest is disease, right?
And that prevailing theory is correct. It was there was a Spaniard, Francisco de Orellana, who accidentally managed to travel the entire way across the Amazon, across South America in the 1560s. I say accidentally because he was with 20 other guys. They were in a boat and they were going hunting. But they put the boat on the Amazon River, and the Amazon River wouldn't let them come back. It carried them, kept on carrying them west and west and west. And finally they started off in Colombia, and finally they ended up on the Atlantic coast of South America. Well, on the way through, They observed enormous cities. They observed evidence of high civilizations of the Amazon. He reported it, but he was disbelieved. It was thought that he was making it up, and it's these new LiDAR surveys that have confirmed that he was absolutely correct. And God knows what else might be found in the Amazon if the work were actually done.
So those initial explorers carried diseases? And
They
that's
carried diseases. This is the thing. Oriana encountered thriving, highly populated areas. 100 years later, all gone, completely gone. Not because of muskets and swords, but because of smallpox, primarily because of smallpox and other diseases that were imported from Europe that the indigenous inhabitants did not have resistance to. Just completely decimated those civilizations, almost wiped them completely from human memory. There's no doubt that biological weapon is the reason for the conquest of the Americas, that it was the diseases that were brought in. And in some cases, those diseases were deliberately spread, but in other cases, it was just an accident of contact.
And that's the exact same thing that happened in North America.
And that's the exact same thing that happened in North America too. That's how it became so easy for Europeans to conquer, because of the diseases they brought with them. And it is, I call it the earliest known example of a biological weapon that we're seeing in the story of the Americas. And so much was wiped out, so much memory was wiped out. And then not just the killing off of the people with the diseases that Europeans brought, but the church, the way that the church behaved in the Americas was appalling. The deliberate burning of Mayan codices. In one bonfire, 5,000 Mayan books were heaped up and burnt by some idiot priest. You know, what's he doing there but wiping out the memory banks of humanity? What would we have found in those manuscripts if we'd been able to find them today, if they hadn't been burnt by some religious fanatic who was convinced that his ideas were the only right ideas and everybody else was wrong? Christianity is responsible for a great deal of harm in this world, and it's time Christians sucked it up and got to grips with that instead of regarding themselves as paragons of virtue, because Christianity has done horrific things down through the ages. Hopefully it's learned from its experiences.
That doesn't seem very likely.
But it's been an instrument, it's been an instrument of destruction of human memory.
Yes.
Those who were destroying that human memory, no doubt they fervently believed that they were right. But their belief that they were right doesn't mean they were right. They were wrong. They've deprived us of huge libraries of knowledge which would otherwise be available to us. That's why I call us a species with amnesia, that we have forgotten so much about our own past. And we're in that kind of amnesiac state where we just have a feeling that something's wrong, but we don't quite know what it is.
It's one of the more fascinating aspects of being a person today is that we have so much access to information, and that we can find out about these things now that, if you tried to bring these ideas forth in the 1970s, they'd be easily dismissed.
Yeah.
But now, because of LiDAR, because of our understanding of what disease did to North America and what the Christians did, and it's a far more compelling conversation.
Yeah, and the internet.
Yes.
Well, I regard the internet as a poisoned chalice. There are wonderful gifts in the internet, but there's also terrible problems with the internet. But the one thing the internet has done is it's allowed people to communicate directly with one another. We don't have to go through the middleman, the big newspaper proprietor or the big TV station. We don't have to go through the middleman in order to get to people. We can talk to one another directly and share ideas, hopefully in a fertile way. It's sad that so much of the internet is just filled with hatred and fear and suspicion and people being utterly obnoxious to one another. But nevertheless, I'd rather have it than not have it, because it's opened up so many doors of inquiry that would otherwise remain closed.
I like to think, when I was born, mid-20th century, we had zero presence in space. No satellites. We never put up a single satellite, right? We're in a position now where we can really begin to perceive things on levels that a few generations ago were inconceivable, both on the microscopic, and certainly we know how important the microscopic realm has been.
Yes.
When we start talking about nanodiamonds, microspherules, and all of this, and in being able to demonstrate that these great catastrophes have happened. I kind of use the analogy of fingerprints, which and which I borrowed from Graham, but fingerprints, you know, on a crime scene, you don't really see those without technological enhancement. Footprints, on the other hand, you can see them. They're obvious. They're, you know, footprints in the ground. So I kind of look at the Channel scab lands. Those are obvious footprints on the global landscape that are unambiguous, right? Then on the other hand, the microspherules, the nanodiamonds, and the things like that, those are the things that you can't see without the technological enhancement, without scanning electron microscopy or energy dispersive.
Can I just butt
Yeah,
in there
go ahead.
to elaborate on the nanodiamonds? This is one of the reasons we know that there was a series of airbursts and bits of a comet that hit the Earth 12,800 years ago. Because all around the world, there is a layer in the soil. You can go down to Murray Springs in Arizona. There's a draw that was cut by floods there. And along the side of the draw, you can see a line in the earth about the width of a human hand. And that is the Younger Dryas boundary. And it's full of what are called impact proxies, things that could only be created by the massive heat and shock of an impact of an object from space. And those include nanodiamonds, these tiny diamonds which we would not see without high-level tech allowing us to see down into the minuscule world. That's it. That's
Murray Springs.
That's the Younger Dryas boundary layer at Murray Springs.
Which one's the layer?
The dark layer. There's better shots of it, but it's that dark layer. It runs all along the side of the springs. And for the series, we went there with Alan West from the Comet Research Group, and he explained to us exactly what's going on here. And that's the first clues that led them to believe that we're dealing with a comet impact 12,800 years ago. And I don't want to misuse that word. It's not a single object. It's multiple objects. It's a swarm of objects. Those objects hit all around the world. They hit in North America, but they also hit in Syria. Interestingly, there's a site called Abu Huraira, which is very near to Göbekli Tepe in Syria, which was hit by what they believe was an airburst of a fragment of a comet. If we go back to 1908, June 1908, many people will know that an event took place in Siberia. It's called the Tunguska event. Interestingly enough, that date, June 1908, is one of the two periods in the year, June and November, when the Earth passes through the Tauride meteor stream. And what happened there was that an object that's estimated to have been about 100 meters in diameter blew up in the air over Siberia. It flattened 2,000 square miles of trees. It was an uninhabited area. Nobody was killed. But if that had happened over a major city, it would have been cataclysmic. And that was just a small bit. And it left the same traces in the soil, the same nanodiamonds, the same evidence of... Another really intriguing thing is melted quartz. It takes temperatures of 2,000 plus degrees centigrade to melt quartz. You find melted quartz all over this Younger Dryas boundary layer. You find iridium, another object, another substance that can only come in with asteroids from outer space. So the evidence is mounting, the evidence is building. And the team of scientists at the Comet Research Group, as I mentioned earlier, they've just now got some major funding. We are going, and if again, I talked about that happy billionaire who I would like to see put some money into LiDAR surveys in the Amazon. I'd like to see them put some money into the Comet Research Group as well, because they've funded themselves all the way along now, but now they've got some major funding. We're going to see some huge breakthroughs in that field. And it doesn't matter how much other scientists dislike what they're doing, they are giving us the data. The data ultimately is what matters, not people's opinion. And the data speaks to a gigantic worldwide apocalypse 12,000 years ago.
Jamie, can I have the sacred cable back?
I have to pee. So let's pause and we'll come back and get back to this.
Sounds
We'll
good.
be right back. Okay, we're back. Yeah. Here.
Okay. Oh, there we go. All right, so this is just sort of a graphic I put together to show the Tauride meteor stream. And this is based, there's two ellipses here, which just goes back to the work of Fred Whipple way back in the 1940s. They realized that the Tauride meteor stream was the byproduct of this ongoing fragmentation of an original giant comet. Because what he was able to do when he did this succession of photographs is he was able to run the orbits in reverse. And once he did that, he could see that these separate pieces within the stream all converged on the same point in space, which told him that they were once one object. So, but anyways, what we've got here is, you'll notice here's Mercury, or orbit of Mercury. My glasses here. Orbit of Venus, and then this third ring here is the orbit of the Earth. The green arrows show the direction of the orbit, so here's the orbit of the Earth. And here is the green arrows again show the direction of orbit of the stream. And you can see that the Earth's orbit crosses the stream late June, early July, right here. And then again crosses the stream around now, November, late October, early November. And this has led the torrid stream to sometimes be referred to as the Halloween meteors, because they peak right around Halloween. Okay, so what was the date of Tunguska?
June 30th, 1908.
Yes. So the timing was perfect. The other thing was that the position where the meteor emanated from space was perfect, because you can see that as the stream comes around the sun, if you're here on the Earth and you're looking up the stream, and here's the problem why the object wasn't seen until the last few moments, is because you had to almost look directly into the sun. Just like people, some of the eyewitnesses described it, it looked like the object was born out of the sun, or that the sun split in two, and this fiery object came and exploded. You know, it didn't. Here's an important point: it did not hit the. It was an air burst. It was an air burst, and a lot of what we might be talking about with the younger Dryas would be air bursts. I just did a whole presentation on October 30th talking about the universal observance of the Festival of the Dead and its connection with the origin. It's a very fascinating presentation. If somebody wants to learn more about this, you can go on my website. You can download it.
What's the website?
RandallCarlson.com.
Okay.
So when you're here, you're looking up towards the sun. But when you're looking upstream here, you're looking out into space.
What? I thought he sure had passed away.
Very important constellation across the world.
And the Pleiades, in traditional astrological context, is the shoulder of the bull, Taurus the bull. And you can go back and there's lots of mythologies about, the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the Gilgamesh and Enki battle the bull of heaven.
And that's why it's called the Taurid meteor, because it appears to emanate from the region of space in which the constellation of Taurus is. It's not coming to us from Taurus,
No.
but it looks like it is.
Right? So yeah, this is the general idea. The meteors are actually coming in parallel. But when you look upstream, they're all emanating from the point in space. All meteor streams get their name from the constellation that they appear to be coming from. So the Leonids, obviously Leo. The Geminids, Gemini.
Orionids, Orion.
Exactly. The Taurids, Taurus. So we won't get into this a whole
That
lot.
Tunguska event, you had some calculations on the size of the.
Yes, the power of that event has been estimated based upon the destruction of the old-growth Taiga forest. They were able to estimate how much energy, and the equivalent of that is about a 15 megaton hydrogen bomb. Now, how do you wrap your head around what a 15 megaton explosion would look like? Well, I got a graphic here that actually started the description of what a 15 megaton explosion over a major
What the fuck, man?
There we go. Oh, Jesus. That is a 15 megaton explosion. Now, Tunguska was one object, was about 150 feet in diameter, moving it a couple of tens of thousands of miles per hour. So it's got a tremendous amount of potential energy. It comes in so fast that the atmosphere can't move out of the way. The atmosphere piles up in front of it. It becomes like a solid brick wall. And the object explodes 5 miles up.
I can't believe I can get more ammo there. I can't believe I didn't get the ammo, man.
Now, if you want to try to wrap your head around what happened during the Younger Dryas, think a couple of thousand of these. It would have been like an all-out nuclear war. And it's left its traces all over. Everywhere we've looked, in fact.
Yeah.
And this happened many times for 1,000 years?
I think there were multiple impacts. It's clear that there was a peak of impacts 12,800 years ago. I personally think that this is not the Comet Research Group point of view, but I think it was another series of impacts 11,600 years ago that brought the Younger Dryas to an end. And quite possibly an impact in a major ocean that led to the global warming with a huge cloud of water vapor thrown up into the air. That's actually not my thesis. I've adopted it, but it's the work of Sir Fred Hoyle, a leading astronomer back in the 80s, who suggested that. There were 1,200 years of the Younger Dryas was 1,200 years of 2 years. And the reason the Tunguska event matters is because it happened pretty much in our time. It happened in 1908. It tells us that we're still in interaction with the Taurid meteor stream, that it's not a distant and unimportant danger. It's a real and present danger. If that object that exploded over Siberia in 1908 had exploded over a major city, we'd all be paying very close attention to the Taurid meteor stream. Absolutely catastrophic. But then, as Randall says, take that back 12,800 years ago. Look at the massive bombardment that took place then. Evidence as far west as the west coast of America. Evidence as far east as Syria. You're looking at a worldwide event. Thousands of airbursts, huge numbers of objects coming in. Some of them hitting the North American ice cap physically. Some of them actually exploding in the air. The end result, fully exploding. We could have lost the whole civilization.
What the fuck, man?
That's so compelling and so based on evidence.
Yeah, it is based on evidence, and again, it's evidence that largely, unfortunately, is being ignored. And often when I talk about this, I'm told, don't be a fear monger, don't spread fear. But actually, I don't want to spread fear. I want to spread awareness, because we're not helping. That's one of the good things about our tech. We actually have reached a level where we can do something about dangerous objects that the Earth is interacting with in space.
In fact, that has been done recently for the first time.
For the first time?
Yeah.
God, they pushing an asteroid just slightly off course we now know that that's a practical possibility. That's all you'd need to do with the dangerous objects in the Taurid meteor stream, but it would require a combined effort of all the advanced cultures on Earth today in order to bring that about. It would be a big project, but it would be a worthy project, and I can think of many unworthy projects that the big nations are investing in at the moment, which we really don't need. This would be one that would be really rather useful.
Yeah, wouldn't it be better to cooperate and come up with a way of defending this planet? See, you talk to some people about this, and they kind of consign it to the realm of science fiction. But clearly, I mean, just a couple of days ago, the asteroid discovered in the orbit of Gyges that was completely invisible, and it was huge. Now, it's not Earth-crossing, but I think we mentioned this the last time I was on here. You remember, I went through this whole series since the late 1980s, showing the near misses that have occurred every few months. Over and over again, I showed that on your show the last time I was here. Those are real. Those are real. And sooner or later, I mean, they're out there now that have our planet's name on our name and our number. We just haven't discovered it. I mean, the estimates now of potentially dangerous Earth-crossing asteroids is 10%.
Of what's actually out there.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we're not only dealing with a lost civilization.
Okay, that was some bullshit lag. That was some bullshit lag there.
And if that happened to us, one of the big
Like, there was
problems
some
with
bullshit
today's
lag there.
information is stored on hard
It's
drives.
literally the worst.
All gone.
All gone.
All gone.
Just so
completely.
dumb.
And another big problem is that the majority of people in the advanced industrialized so-called civilizations don't have a clue about how to survive.
Oh, well, yeah.
I know you do,
Barely.
but you've developed some skills, but I don't have those skills, and most of us don't have those skills to survive. Who would we take refuge with if our civilization went down? We would have to take refuge with hunter-gatherers, because hunter-gatherers are absolutely the masters of survival. And I think that's what happened 12,000, 11,000 years ago. The survivors of a higher civilization, I don't like the word higher, but a different kind of civilization, took refuge amongst hunter-gatherers and created projects like Göbekli Tepe, which were used to instruct them and to bring in something new. We have 2 episodes in Turkey in my series. One episode is all about Göbekli Tepe, but Göbekli Tepe, 11,600 years old, isn't alone. There's another site we were the first film crew to get into, called Karahan Tepe, which has now been excavated. Dates from the same period. It's the most extraordinary and amazing site. Nobody knew it was there until a decade ago. Furthermore, they found another 11 sites, all of them in a ring around Göbekli Tepe, all of them indivisible from one another because they're on hilltops. They've discovered them, but they haven't yet been excavated. It's fascinating that they all date to this period of 11,600 years. Another thing we do in another episode of this series is we look at the so-called underground cities. This is quite a famous phenomenon in
Hey, come on, man.
huge cities. They look like ant farms on an enormous scale that are dug out under the earth.
This is so
Hundreds
dumb.
and hundreds of rooms.
It's
Huge
just so
efforts was
dumb,
put into
man.
digging deep beneath the earth and creating these shelters. And archaeology does not have a good explanation about what they're there for, or why they were built, or when they were built. They're all cut out of stone. You can only date objects that were left in them. You can't say when they were actually made. What makes sense of those underground cities to me is that they were built as places of refuge that people could go into during an episode of the Interval Party during the end of Gyges, because there wasn't just the one 12,800 years. It makes sense that these underground cities were built as places of shelter, not as places to hide from an invasion.
Fuck you.
The last place you want to go if you have an invading army is to go hide underground. All they have to do is block up the entrances. They don't really fight you. But if you're dealing with a periodic event which will be over in a couple of weeks, they're great places. Evidence is all around us, all around the world, and that's why I've made this. I want to show people that
When do these objects that they find in these underground cities, what are the dates they find?
the oldest, they actually.
I wonder if I ran around the drones, would I have survived? Maybe.
They were
That was a
used
slow
by
run, though.
Muslims. They were used back in 2000 plus.
That was really
years
slow
ago,
run.
by as homes in some cases. There's some evidence that they going back 2,800 years, but it's all from objects found inside them, and those objects don't tell us when the original work of cutting out these enormous structures. It took an enormous period to create them. There's not just one. There's dozens of them.
Can we find those? Oh, sorry.
Past the sacred core.
Maybe you can find them.
Yeah, I can.
They're in Kuyu, for example. DERINKUYU.
It's just so fucking dumb. Like, it's just so fucking
What's the
dumb,
oldest
guys.
objects they find?
2,800 years plus.
Sorry, man.
Cross-section is just amazing.
Sorry, dude.
I spent hours down there just wandering around and looking at this amazing place, and it makes no sense to me.
Sorry, homie.
Carved in the stone.
That they, yeah, it's cut literally out of the bedrock beneath the ground. There, you can see a cross-section on the left there. These are a huge mystery, and the fact that
I was
objects
thinking,
have been dated to certain periods is not.
I think Canadians are so friendly.
Culture that went in there with
You know the stereotype of Canadians being friendly? I'm not saying we are.
the motive for
There's a
creating
stereotype I've heard
The motive
Anyways,
clearly to
I think it's because we have actually Russians aren't as friendly and they have winter, but
most remarkable places.
here we
they
know
can
that
be
it's like
visited.
us
The two
versus
that
the
I
weather.
visited in the series are Daring Kuyu and Kaimaki.
It's not us
These
versus
two
each
sites
other.
are joined
It's
by
us
an
versus like the
8-kilometer
weather.
tunnel underground.
8 kilometers.
8 kilometers long, which joins the two of them.
Dug out of stone.
Dug out of stone, the whole thing.
Wow.
So we got a
How long
band
would it take
together.
to complete something like this?
Brutal.
Well, it would take a very long time indeed. That's all I can say. Nobody's really done the calculations, but
And that one shows a vent to the sky.
yep, they have vents. They have vents to the sky to allow air to come in. But you have to consider if you've got 10 or 15,000 people in there, they can't really stay in there much longer than about 2 or 3 weeks, which is about the time it takes to pass through the whole region. Otherwise, you're going to get a huge amount of human refuse built up inside these. They're going to become inhospitable places. But if they're only to be used for 2 weeks at a time, then they're fine. They have air vents, they have water. They're incredibly well thought out.
There's water in there, or they store water.
They store water. And down below it, you drill deeper and you come to wells.
That's incredible. Look at the sophistication of the construction too.
So we're looking at a series of mysteries that are unexplained by archaeology, or that are explained in unsatisfactory ways. And what I've tried to do is to offer alternative explanations that make some kind of sense of the anomalies that we're looking at. There are just too many anomalies that are not explained in the mainstream theory. And that's when you get a paradigm shift, when you get to the point where the mainstream theory just won't explain stuff. Just like those that eventually had to be thrown out. They just couldn't keep on with that fantasy any longer, because the evidence spoke to a human presence far older than
Please, like please.
with the Dryas impact.
Oh, I can't believe it, man.
But as you begin to grasp the magnitude of these things, when you start talking about the tremendous earthworks of North America, of which only a small fraction still exist, the structures in the Amazon, which to me was the most incredible part of the mission. I kind of, was getting the gift of it, I know that. I'm like, oh. Because I had studied considerably in the North American monumental earthworks. Have visited most of the extant ones that still remain. Very impressive. And then find out there's even greater magnitude in South America, in the Amazon. That was nice.
And many of them unexplored.
Most of them unexplored, just identified on LiDAR. Very few have been explored.
And very little of the surface has been explored even by LiDAR.
Absolutely. It's a tiny fraction. 2% maybe less than that.
When you look at the magnitude of these extraordinary building campaigns, you got to go, why? There had to have been a moment. There's such an incongruity there between the idea of hunter-gatherers or even subsistence farmers undertaking projects of such enormous magnitude. To me, there's just a disparity there that there's a disconnect.
The so-called mound builder culture of North America has been hugely underestimated and not given the priority it deserves. That's why we devoted one episode of this series to the mound builder sites in North America, to Serpent Mound, to Poverty Point in Louisiana. Fantastic site. The thing that's not realized is that the vast majority of what stood here 600 years ago has been destroyed, turned into farmland, plowed under, just wiped away in that process of making us a species with amnesia. It happened very much the few sites that are left speak of enormous sophistication, and the horizon keeps on going back and back and back. So Poverty Point, Louisiana, fantastic site, very large scale, enormous period. But it is an update to about
Okay, what?
2007.
How did I even get
years
hit
ago.
there?
But it's directly connected to another site, Watson Break,
Like
which
what?
is just a mile to the south. It's
just so
lined
dumb,
up
guys.
perfectly with Watson Break. The two sites are
It's just so
anchored to
dumb.
one another. Watson Break goes back 5,300 years ago. There are other sites that go back 8,000 years ago, and these are just the ones that have survived. I think that mound builder culture, as it's called in North America, goes back deep into the Ice Age as well. We're looking again at a mystery that we only have fragments of to try and draw conclusions from. But those fragments speak to a majesty in the past of North America that has been largely ignored. And part of the reason that it was ignored was that in the process of settling North America, it was felt useful to diminish the achievements of those whose lands were being taken over, to regard them as inferior in some way, rather than superior. When you look at the work of them, you see that superior people were definitely involved in North America. They have a very ancient culture, which has been sadly.
Like, it's just so stupid.
With the destruction caused by the Younger Dryas impact theory, most of it would be gone.
Well, absolutely. The effect of that cannot be overestimated. The scale of the flooding across North America in the 400 or 500 miles south of the ice cap, roughly the ice cap went down roughly everything south of that was just torn to shreds by the Younger Dryas. Absolutely wrecked. Anything that was there that would speak to our past was destroyed by it. Completely destroyed before other human beings came along and destroyed it further. And I just think it's important that we allow alternative voices to speak out, and that's one of the things that I really appreciate about your show, Joe, because you have a major platform, you reach a major audience, and what you're doing is you're allowing alternative voices to speak out. A lot of people misunderstand what you're doing, but what you're doing is actually allowing voices that had been suppressed to speak out, and thus provide the general public with more options, with more to think about than they had before. And I really appreciate that. Do we need to pass the sacred cable again? Here we go. Maybe we don't, right? That's the one for beginning of the Joe. Joe, you very kindly appeared in my series. I'm grateful.
Oh, my pleasure. My honor.
And this is
We're so excited to be here.
well, so am I. I just hope that it has the impact that's well.
There's people that come along, and because of their impact, it changes the way people look at it. Graham Hancock is a man who, despite all of the insults and all the people disparaging his work, he has kept on and on and on.
What I care about is learning the lessons of the past, to clear away that fog that surrounds prehistory. And it's a fog because there's no documents. We have to build our picture of the past from fragmentary evidence.
Yay.
There's huge forces at work that would like this to be shut down. Archaeologists are already complaining to Netflix and saying this show should never be put on the air. Hancock, has to be kept silent, basically. They say that I'm misleading the public. I think the public are intelligent enough to make up their own minds.
Well, I would invite those people to come on here and talk with you.
Yes, I would
think
love
that would be fascinating.
I would love to.
Fascinating to see their argument about the Younger Dryas impact theory, about all of this, because it seems so compelling and so overwhelmingly evidence-based.
It would be a great debate to have. Very few archaeologists are willing to debate.
I was going to say, I think you'd have a hard time getting some of them. They will make cases, but they won't lower themselves to engage in such ideas.
Giving them a platform.
That's the one they use a lot. Yeah.
Too late.
Sure. Just a little shot, a couple of inches maybe.
Yeah, it's really been fascinating to be a fan of your work, to get to know you, and you were one of the very first guests that we ever had.
Joe, we go back a long way.
Yeah, because you were one of the very first guests that wasn't just a comedian, like a friend of mine.
Right.
And I was so excited about that that episode that we did with Duncan Trussell.
Yeah, that's right.
And you know, Duncan and I have always followed your work. We've both been giant fans of yours, but it's so interesting to see it becoming more and more accepted. And because of all the work with the Younger Dryas Impact Theory now substantiated by real Parliament.
Very encouraging to me too, because I take a lot of flack, a lot of insults for what I do, for what I say. And what's happened little bit by little bit is the evidence has come in which doesn't allow those critics to say what they still say it, but they can't say it with any authority anymore. Göbekli Tepe just destroyed the argument that the Sphinx can't be 12,000 years old. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis destroys the argument that there was no cataclysm 12,000 years ago. There's just more and more evidence coming out, and I think we're going to see much more of it in the future.
Yeah.
Why don't you mention the Cosmic Summit?
And we have a conference coming up next year, which is going to be called the Cosmic Summit, and I think it's in June.
Asheville, North Carolina.
I'll put it up on my website, which is
It'll be on mine as well.
be on yours.
There it is. Look at that.
Yeah, June 16th.
Like what? Come on. So stupid.
Oh, she was on the podcast before as well.
I think we can find, there's some
Johanna.
Alan West going to join us. We're having that's one of the good things about this. We're
Fucking,
having a number
that's
of
cursed run.
research
Very cursed run.
So it's going to be a mixture of outsiders, alternative thinkers like ourselves, and mainstream scientists who are proposing
Yeah,
this new
Angus, I
science.
saw his name.
Yeah, Keith Tankers.
West, yeah, Moore.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Collins.
But these are all leading scientists who are
Oh,
involved.
he's, yeah, Tel Alamo.
Yeah, who are
That's him, yeah.
involved in the research behind the Younger Dryas impact
Can you
hypothesis.
go back, Jamie? Go down, stop.
God, man.
Somebody, Lieutenant Colonel Lohmeyer. I would like you to get him on your show.
Okay.
He's, well, you can read about him right there.
Former commander of the U.S. Space Force, Air Force Academy graduate, fighter pilot, relieved of his duties in 2021 for writing a book encouraging the reform of the U.S. military.
He's an awesome dude. And he would absolutely love to.
I would love to. What was his,
What?
What did he, that book that he wrote that relieved him of his duties?
He was basically exposing the wokeness that was affecting the military. The political correctness and the wokeness, and you know, they spent millions of dollars training this guy to tell the truth about what's happening, how the military is becoming a political tool, which
Yeah.
it's not supposed to be.
Of course.
But he's a good man. He's going to be joining.
And what is he?
I have not met him.
What is he speaking about on this?
I think he's going to, well, before all this pandemic stuff, he was contacted. I think he heard me on your show. I think that's where, so he contacted me. He was based, I think, in Huntsville, and he was about to assume on the second
Fuck, man.
In fact, there's a video where Matt Lohmeyer is meeting with, he's got the whole, pull up Matt Lohmeyer, Donald Trump. And there's a video where he's got the whole Space Force behind him. He's meeting with Donald Trump talking about the mission of Space Force. Well, he contacted me and said that he was very interested in the idea of planetary defense. And he said there was a group within the Space Force that saw that as being a part of their mission. So he had set up, I was going to go and do a presentation to the base commanders of the whole Space Force on planetary defense and the need for planetary defense. And then the COVID, so then that got rewritten. Then he reorganized a second possible presentation, and that the dates and the venue and everything was set. And then he got the boot because his book came out. And I think he went on, maybe he was on Tucker Carlson, maybe, talking about his book and the wokeness in the military. And like within a week, he'd been given a boot. So that's, I think he's going to be talking planetary
What the
defense
fuck,
against
man?
asteroid impact.
Cancel culture.
What?
Cancel culture.
Yeah, cancel culture. He got
It's one of the
canceled
sinister aspects of our society today.
because,
As though
It's bizarre how effective it is.
it's incredibly effective, shutting down alternative voices. And as though our governments behave as though citizens who are adults are not adults, that they're children, that they can't make decisions for themselves. We have to respect the intelligence of man, present everybody with all the information and let them make up their own minds. Let's not censor information before it gets out there. And it's the fact that this happens to me in archaeology is just a tiny slice of what's happening all over the world today. There's a narrative
like,
which is being
come
forced
on,
down
man.
the throat of the public, and alternative views are being shut down very, very carefully.
And it's
But the
basically-
truth will out.
Yes, I do believe the truth will eventually come to the surface, but it's basic human nature, right? I mean, that when the people have control of information, they want to retain control of information and the dissemination of that information.
And when you look at people who go into politics, why do they even choose to do that? Because they that's the nature of their personalities. We need less of that. In my view, we need much less government. Government is the most unhealthy thing. Governments are next to religion. Governments are amongst the influences in the world that are causing so much chaos and so much misery in the world.
How can you shot me? Like what?
We should have reached the
It's so
stage
dumb.
where we're able to lead ourselves, where leaders should be really just working for us, not dominating and controlling us. We need to reach that stage fast if we're going to move forward as a human species, because right now the leadership of this planet is just full of shit from beginning to end.
The only thing that gives me hope about that is the resurgence of the interest in psychedelics.
Yes,
And
me
that
too.
the more people embrace that and the more people have these experiences, the more people will start to gradually understand that that really is the only way out of this.
First of all, because of the experiences they will have, which will definitely alter the way they think. And secondly, because it is an assertion of the right of adults to make decisions over their own bodies and their own experience. This is what's so fundamental. That's why it's a real liberation that is going on around psychedelics. It's not a trivial issue. It's a very, very major issue. And it's a sign of the world that we live in. That governments have attempted to shut down adult access to psychedelics for so long. But the new evidence is coming out that just doesn't allow that to happen anymore.
This is why I think it would be valuable to talk to Ben Johnson. And he's got an interesting how did you manage to get licensed? You know, how did you manage
Like,
to
come
pull this
on,
off?
man.
He said, well, like a dozen of my field bugs with a variety of congressmen's offices. And we basically walked in and they couldn't back down. Not when you got a dozen Navy SEALs sitting in your office saying, you're going to do this.
Because they've had the experiences.
Yes. And tremendously benefited by their experiences.
Well, it's a crazy aspect of the military and war that we expect these people to have these insane, violent experiences overseas and then come back and just integrate into society. How can they? With very little guidance.
So dumb, man.
Well, that's and of course, the legalization of it's only as far as
I hate this fucking stupid shit, man.
for recreation.
But even that,
Yeah.
and that's how marijuana got started.
Yeah.
It's one of the great things about America. It's something that I really appreciate. Living in Britain, where everything is decided centrally by central government, it's nice to see that states, the inhabitants of individual states, can make up their own minds and can alter and change laws and take their power back to themselves. It's one of the things that I most appreciate about America. Everybody, Canadians get annoyed with me and they say, look, cannabis is legal across Canada. And it is, and that's true, and that's great. But that was a government decision. What's needed, what's happening in America is people are taking their power back. And if they're taking their power back over their own bodies and their own health and their own consciousness, then the next step is to take their power back in lots of other ways as well.
But that's the fear, and that's why there's so much of a power by the federal government.
Like, come
Don't want
on.
that.
They don't want that. They want people to be passive, yes men and women. Don't ever argue.
And the evidence you see that is what you're talking about, this forced compliance during the COVID.
Yeah.
They take it, and historically, governments have taken advantage over whenever there's a big situation where some
What?
sort of
Did you see how
disaster
slow that
or
pause was?
national tragedy to grasp
Robbery.
Exactly. And it's happened here, and as I said earlier, to deliberate, calculated strategy to encourage a habit of obedience so that it becomes habitual to obey. And you know, whatever COVID is, whatever it is or it isn't, however it came about, whatever its cause and origins were, the one thing's clear: it's been used to encourage obedience, and it's been used very cleverly to encourage obedience. And we do not need to be obedient to these monsters who are running the world. We need to change things and bring the normal, everyday citizen back into it.
I think one thing that's encouraging about the response to COVID was the downside of it was this encouraging of obedience. But the encouraging thing to me is so many people are recognizing what happened. And so many people are far more distrusting of the government narrative and the medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry, and that they realize that they've been used for profit. And that this narrative has shifted into fear-mongering, specifically designed to get more profit.
I think, like Graham said, I think the government and those in power want a flock of obedient sheep.
Yeah.
But I think it's time now for the lions to exert themselves.
Yeah.
That's my perspective. And how we do this, maybe it starts state by state. We get governors in place who will stand up to the federal government and say, no, you're not going to hold your on us. We can govern ourselves. I think that's where it starts.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think there's a lot of encouragement about the way people are discussing things today. It seems to me there's a lot of very reasonable people that have actually changed their perspective over COVID. They had a narrative in their mind about the role of the federal government, and then seeing it kind of running amok over the last few years, they've realized, oh, this is a dangerous trend. And if this continues, you're going to have
Finally get
some
the
sort of a
quick pause.
centralized digital
Jeez.
currency. You're going to have a social credit score system, and when that happens, we're fucked.
Totally fucked.
Yeah.
That's not a world we want to go into.
No.
We need to stop it now.
And there's people saying that that's the only way we're going to compete with China, which is crazy. Like, no, that's not true.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not true. That's what separates us from China. It's what separates us from all governments that are controlled by dictators.
Exactly.
Is that we have freedom. Freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom to debate ideas and to propose alternative ideas, freedom to live your life the way you want to live. That's the beautiful thing about states' rights.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's exactly that issue that I'm up against with archaeology. I would like adults to have sovereignty over their own lives. I would also like us all to have sovereignty over our own lives. Not to be told what to think.
If this is successful on Netflix, has there been any discussions about future episodes?
I literally couldn't. I was robbed of pushing Z
Well,
literally
Netflix is the
everywhere.
law of the jungle.
Yeah.
So
That was slow, though.
if the series is successful, I hope
Slow
that
run,
there will be
slow
a
dark
second
run.
season.
Slow glass.
And if it's not successful, there definitely won't be a second season. But I hope there will be. I hope the series will succeed. I hope people will watch it. And if they do in that second season, I would like to look at psychedelics. And I'd like to look at the Amazon. I'd like to spend much more time in the Amazon looking at that, the way that psychedelics are used there, and also at the mysterious backstory.
Please.
But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
It's just so
Series
fucking dumb.
Will work, or it won't work. And if I can do a little plug, it launches on Netflix on the 11th of November 2022. All episodes will be released at once, so people can watch it in one night if they wish. If they wish to do so. How many episodes? Eight episodes. And it's the last episode that really unfolds the ancient apocalypse. And in the first 7 episodes, we're looking at all the mysteries that are so far unexplained. Could I pop up one last clip?
Yes, please.
Are we? That's going to be the one called Horizon, JD.
for something I was told couldn't possibly exist. An advanced human civilization, much older than ours, lost to history. The mainstream version of history says that after the end of the Ice Age, on their own initiative, suddenly raising livestock, creating settlements. Until the first civilization.
Like, throw me a freaking bone here.
That's the point. We're trying to bring those new discoveries out and let people see for themselves, what is going on here. Well, fingers crossed.
Listen, it's going to be we're going to make sure people watch it.
I think there's kind of a network of various researchers who are looking at different aspects of this and, trying to get this word out in different ways.
And many of them I've brought together in this series.
Yeah, good.
I've brought together the leading voices, including very much yours.
Oh, thank you, Graham.
I think the genie's out of the bottle, and I'm honored to have you guys on. I really am. It's been.
I'll put it this way. I think that what we've been confronted with is this huge wall with big gates, almost like you might picture on Mordor or something. Big gates, and there's little chinks in the wall and little cracks in the gate. We've been peering through,
Come on, man.
looking at this other world and only getting a little piece of it. But I'll make a prediction that in the next few years we're about to blow those gates right off the hinges. And everything is going to change from that moment on.
I think you're right.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm very excited.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. Let's have a different way of looking at things. Let's not stay locked in the old patterns. Let's move ahead in new and different ways.
Yes. Let's. Gentlemen, I'm honored. I'm honored to have you on. I'm honored to be your friend.
Thank you, Joe.
Likewise, Joe.
Thank you. And thank you for the work we've done together over the years.
It's been exciting.
Without your support, archaeology would have succeeded in keeping my mouth shut and in keeping me out of the public view. Your support has made all that difference.
Well, it's one of the main things that I love about doing this show is to be able to expose really exciting, and in this case, I think very important ideas.
And I'm going to keep nagging you until I can get you out in the field for a few days.
I'll go. I promise. And
Okay.
and those gentlemen that you requested, I'll definitely have them.
And let's organize a debate with some of the
Yes.
leading archaeological critics.
Anybody out there, holler at your boy. Get you on. Be happy to do that and treat you with respect. It's not going to be an ambush. Just love to hear a respectable position that counters this and see how they face up against the preponderance of evidence.
I don't know. My thought is you're going to have a tough time convincing him to come on.
Well, maybe as you're saying, that as these gatekeepers die off and this younger archaeologists are more open-minded, and some people who maybe got into archaeology because of this.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
I think the numbers is considerable.
Yes.
And
I've met many young archaeologists in the field on my travels and research who secretly tell me that they've read my books.
Secretly.
Yeah.
But they have to keep their mouth shut.
They don't want their bosses to know, but
Yeah.
that they have read my books and that they are interested. I think they're just as the younger generation in every area is breaking the old boundaries. I think that's happening in archaeology too. And I don't want to be somebody who's just completely putting down archaeology. Archaeology's done a lot of fantastic and important work over the years. I couldn't do what I do without the work that archaeologists have done. But it's just that gatekeeper role.
Well, through your work, I think that's happening.
I hope so.
All right.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Randall.
Enjoyed the heck out of it, Joe.
Always. It's a pleasure. So
This is
we'll
number
have you back
7
on.
for me, man.
How many have we done?
I think we've done, this is probably the 9th.
Well, I'll get you on a couple more times. So, to balance it out. So, the next time we come on, we'll discuss all of this alternative technology
Yes.
that's being worked on. We
Yes.
could do that in January if you want.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Hello, Joe.
Good to see you.
It's good to be back. Nice seeing you.
What's it been like retiring from being a congresswoman for a wee bit?
It feels so weird hearing that word.
Retire?
Yeah.
It's a dirty word.
I don't know what that means.
I don't believe in retirement.
Yeah.
I believe in quitting.
Yeah, I suppose. Or moving on, rather.
Yeah.
Moving on. That's where I've never seen politics as a quote-unquote career. Some people are like, oh, how's it like retiring from Congress? I can't relate to that. I'm just continuing the work, but in a different way.
Well, the way you did it, though, is what most people should do. Like, when people are running for office, and then they're also in a job.
Yeah.
Like, you're not doing a good job at that job. There's no way you can be.
Yeah.
Like, running for office, just campaign financing, just raising the money for the campaign has to be crazy. A lot of time. There's no way that you could be dedicating 100% of your time to your constituents like you should be.
Yeah, yeah. It has to be your full-time mission. And people come and ask me, they're like, oh, I'm thinking of running for office. And that's literally what I tell them. I'm like, are you ready to quit everything else in your life and have the support of your family and dedicate all your energy towards this mission of service? Because it will require that. If you're serious about it, it will require that.
If you want to do it at your best.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you want to be truly sincere, when you're knocking on people's doors, you're standing in a town hall meeting and you're saying, hey, essentially, give me your trust that I will fight for you, I will speak for you, I will represent you every single day. How are you going to do that if you're like, yeah, by the way, I got this side gig or that side gig or this, other loyalty that is something other than you, the people, the voter. And I don't know. I think more and more people are starting to pick up on that and question that in both people who are running for office and their electeds. Like, who are you really working for?
Well, they certainly should. It's a complicated unit.
It is. It is that.
Between money and politics. I mean, it would be wonderful if we could get money entirely out of politics. The only way that a politician can make out of the water in office is just their salary. Instead of that. Like, I'm sure you're aware of it's wild.
It is, and look, I think this is one of the
Like,
good
it's so
things about
dumb.
social media is, of course, the mainstream corporate media is hardly covering it at all. But because of social media, things like that are spreading like wildfire. Like, hey, Paul Pelosi is doing these trades within this period of time of Nancy Pelosi voting on this bill or bringing a bill to the floor, because we've got to remember, Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House, nothing happens without her knowing about it or giving her stamp of approval. So regardless of whether it's happening in the Judiciary Committee or the Commerce Committee or the Armed Services Committee, if there's a bill coming to the floor and there's major legislation that's being passed or is being squashed, that is happening with her say-so. And so just in these last few days, once people started making noise saying, hey, you as a member of Congress or your spouse or your adult child should not be allowed to conduct insider trading on issues that Congress is dealing with, which really covers every issue under the spectrum, they can't pretend anymore that they haven't been doing it. And yet, even as Nancy Pelosi is like, okay, fine, we'll draft legislation, but Congress is about to take a break as they're heading into the general elections, and once again, She's refusing to bring the bill to the floor for a vote, saying, oh, well, you know, we're not going to bring it to the floor if it doesn't have support. Put people on the freaking spot. Make them cast that vote. Right before they elect. Yeah.
She doesn't, first of all, she doesn't want it becoming a big, important thing that people are talking about. Where people start, excuse me, where people start looking at it and saying, oh, well, how much money do you make? Like, why are you worth $200 million? That's crazy. You make $200,000 a year. You're worth $200 million. Like, what's going on? And you look at, like, Paul Pelosi's stock, like, what his record is, he's better than Warren Buffett and George Soros, who are like wizards.
Exactly.
Those guys are the best. He's better than them.
Yep.
But it's 100% insider trading. And you think about what they put Martha Stewart away in jail for. That's nothing. It's nothing compared to what she's doing.
And she's not the only one, obviously.
No.
There are, and this is where, you know, the quote-unquote uniparty in Washington has been blocking this kind of legislation from being passed because they're both benefiting from it. We had, I think, there were Republican and Democrat senators in the lead up towards COVID who knew about it, right, and started making different investments in as we were approaching it, even before the rest of the country knew about it, so that they could profit financially from it. Just absolutely disgusting.
It's crazy. It's just crazy that it's legal.
Yeah.
It's really egregious. It's shocking how complicit the mainstream media is in ignoring it. Like, I think that there's some discussion, or is it just an understanding that you'll lose access to these people if you highlight this? Like, why are they not covering that?
It's like this chummy insiders club in Washington. You know, a common term that's being used now is called permanent Washington, which really fits when you think about it, because it kind of encapsulates that whole swampy ecosystem of both those who've been elected into positions, those who are longtime appointed or powerful bureaucrats, and the corporate media. They all go out to the same parties, the same social functions, you know, passing information to each other. And so, you know, if the anchor of a big-time news show says, hey guys, guess what? Nancy Pelosi and her husband are insider trading, then they have to think about, oh, well, am I burning the bridge? Am I cutting off access to, you know, information that she or her staff might be feeding me that I can break news on, and all this stuff. So, you know, it's like you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And you start pissing off certain people, then you get kicked out of the cool kids club. That's really what's at the heart of it. And so they play along, because this issue's come up before. It came up years ago. Congress said, okay, we're going to take action to stop insider trading and make sure that elected leaders aren't benefiting off of insider information. And so they passed the Stock Act, which did nothing. Essentially, it just said, okay, if you are going to, you know, trade in stocks or buy or sell stocks, you have to report it. You have to be transparent about it. Most of Congress has failed to do even that. So it did nothing to stop it. It says you just got to tell us, and most people are like, yeah, I'm not. Okay.
And there's no repercussions.
And there's no well, they might get like $100, $200 as they make millions in their trade. So, you know, again, it's good. This is kind of like one of those things that give us all a glimmer of hope, where if enough people, we the people, make noise about it, they're forced to pay attention.
So now, what about when we're talking about like
this is such a cursed run.
Hidden rules. What about if you do right-wing talk shows? Like if you're a Democrat and you decide to go on Tucker Carlson, for instance, like what is that like?
It ranges from people kind of like giving you a cynical look, like whose side are you really on, to people just outright ending that friendship or that professional relationship because they don't want to have anything to do with it.
Have you experienced that?
Over and over.
Really?
Over and over. And it's not just Tucker Carlson. There's been this negative stigma for almost as long as I've served in Congress against
Please.
anyone who actually goes on Fox.
Like, please.
Period. And so you could say, like, and I do it, like, hey, more people watch Fox News than any other cable news channel. So my audience is speaking to the American people. If I have the opportunity to do that, and by the way, Fox News, more than CNN and MSNBC over the last decade, has been more fair to me in providing me that opportunity to speak to the American people, I'm going to take advantage of it.
Well, it seems like one of the things that Fox News does well is that they have a Democrat on. They don't attack them. They allow them to express themselves, which is interesting.
Whether the host agrees or disagrees,
Right.
that's not the point.
Because when a right-wing person seems to be, if they're on MSNBC,
Pretty fast. Not that fast,
or
but it's pretty
CNN, it's
fast.
like they have these weapons ready to go, the blades are sharp, and they attack. And they're trying to discredit that person, trying to mock them. They will talk over them. They will be rude to them. They will mock whatever position they have, and instead of like trying to offer some sort of a reasonable debate against it. They'll talk over it. They'll mock it. They'll bring on another expert. That person talks over it.
Yeah. It's not even limited to those who bring like a so-called right-wing perspective or conservative perspective. It's really anyone who brings a voice, a view, a perspective that is different from whatever the mainstream narrative is at that point, whatever the cause of the day may be. And so as a Democrat serving in Congress, I experienced that over and over and over again. Exactly that reaction that you're talking about in, not allowing me at least just to come and present my view. They can ask me a tough question, they can present an opposing view, that's great. But so many times I've gone on these different shows and they don't even allow that. And it really just speaks to what is really a dangerous mentality amongst the Democratic Party leadership and kind of this establishment narrative in Washington, which is they don't believe in freedom. They don't believe in freedom of speech or freedom of thought. And for anyone who brings an opposing view, they choose to shut you up, silence you, smear you, try to ruin you, or undermine your character and credibility because they don't want the weakness or the insecurity of their own argument to be exposed. And also they immediately judge you as someone who may bring an opposing view, regardless of your political party, as the enemy, as a threat, as somebody who is less than and doesn't deserve a voice, which is really, really dangerous for our democracy when you really think about it.
Yeah, it's very spooky. And it's spooky how that mindset is, and how many Democrats, not even just politicians, just people that are Democrats, how many people share that position that you should silence people that you don't agree with.
Yeah.
It's such a foolish perspective, and it plays out historically over and over and over again in a terrible way. I just don't understand why people don't learn that lesson.
I think that the Democratic Party leaders, people like Hillary, people who've been in charge for a very long time, foment this kind of culture of fear and like, hey, if you go against us, like, you're dead. You're on the shit list. You have kind of the very loud activists who don't represent, I think, even the majority of the Democratic Party, the AOCs of the world, who are almost like these radical religious zealots, and they're ideologues, and whatever they choose is the battle of the day.
Yeah.
If you are against them on that, forget it. You're done.
What is that woman's name? Rashida
Tlaib.
Yeah, I'm sure you watched this, where she was communicating with the heads of these banks, and she was asking them about. You should see it.
World's worst quick pauses.
Talking to these the heads of these banks, where they're talking about funding fossil fuel projects in the future, and she asked them point blank, "Will you fund fossil fuel projects in the future?" And they said yes, and if we didn't, that would be devastating to the United States. And then she goes on, we'll play it,
okay,
because Jamie will find it. It's so bonkers, because the first thing she goes to is, we gave student debt forgiveness, and those people have bank accounts, and we're going to urge them to take their money out of your bank account. So it's like we bribe these people by giving them 10 grand.
Right.
If you really want to help them, make it so that you can get out of student debt. You really want to help them? Make it so that a bankruptcy actually absolves you of student debt, because it doesn't, because it's a corrupt system. So like, fuck all this. You're 10 grand, because 10 grand is nonsense. These people are $150,000, $200,000 in the hole, and some of them actually wind up getting their Social Security docked when they're in their 60s, because they still owe money from student loans that didn't help them at all.
Exactly.
And she uses that, she holds it over their head. She does not understand the incredibly complex variables that are involved in the elimination of fossil fuels, or how many fossil fuels are involved in every single thing you do, including electric cars, the construction of solar panels, like everything, the transportation of goods and services. This idea that you're just going to stop all future projects because you think that that's what your ideological group wants. Play it.
What the fuck, man?
Yes, that's it. This is it. So,
you have all committed, as you all know, to transition the emissions from lending and investment activities to align with pathways to net zero in 2050. You know what the International Energy Agency has said is required to meet our global 2050 net zero targets of limiting global temperature rise to 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit or 1.5 degrees Celsius. So no new fossil fuel production starting today. That's like zero. All of you can go down the list.
No.
No, there's more. This is like a Fox News clip. There's more of her. You can find the rest. You can find the actual clip of the conversation to this nonsense. Because the actual clip of the conversation shows, like,
it's just so dumb.
Everyone says no. Because it's
not reality.
You can't just hit the brakes. And then that's what happened with COVID. You see how the economy collapsed when you make everyone shut the business down? That's going to happen times 1,000 if you just stop all fossil fuel production.
Yeah. Didn't we just see this in California where they passed a law? What is it requiring all electric vehicles or stopping production of vehicles that use gas?
Yes, all cars that are sold in California as of 2035 must be electrical. And then the next week, they said you can't charge your electric car because the power grid's fucked.
Exactly.
That's California politics in a nutshell, though.
Yeah.
Because it's so ideologically driven. And I talk to people from California that are just really in that fog.
Yeah.
The fog of woke. And they're my friends, and I'll show them that. And they're like, what? Mm-hmm. Really? And I go, yeah, look, you're not supposed to charge your electric car. They're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, what the fuck?
But that that's like that's the analogy. That is the example of exactly what we're talking about. This whole mentality of wokeism, of being ideologues, that not only doesn't make sense, but if you don't agree with it, you're wrong, you're the enemy. If you're silent, right? If you just don't, hey, like, I got no comment on this, well, you are now complicit in the problem.
Exactly.
And
Silence is violence.
Silence is violence. And then, and again, I have experience with all of, like, this whole spectrum. And then, like, if you're like, okay, like get off my ass, fine, I agree. They're like, well, prove it. Prove it. You need to stand on the street corner. You need to scream out loud. You need to do all this. And, you know, the women's march when Trump got elected, right? I didn't go. I was out of the country. I got harassed and harangued. Why weren't you there wearing the pink pussy hat? What is wrong with you? You must not believe in women's rights. You must, and the irony is here we are sitting now with a lot of these same people who are like, oh, well, I don't know how to define a woman, and there is no such thing as a woman, and it just, but all of these examples point to the hypocrisy, the fact that they don't believe in truth, and that whatever their cause of the moment is whatever they decide is the truth and the thing that must be measured against for you. Like, you're either with us or you're against us. And if you're with us, you've got to prove your zealousness for the cause. Or I think so.
Zealousness?
I think so.
Sounds good.
It fits.
You know, there's a chess game, and the ultimate checkmate is, what's a woman?
Yeah.
I mean, when you're coming to with wokeness, and I mean, you can identify as a woman, you can use a restroom, like, okay, but what is it? What's a woman? You know, can a man get pregnant? Yes. Okay, well, what is it? Can a biological male get pregnant? And then people panic and they start. The people that identify as a woman are capable of being pregnant, and people that identify as a male are capable of also being pregnant. Like, what do you say? Let's say, if you identify as a woman, what do you identify as? Like, that's the documentary, the Matt Walsh documentary.
Exactly.
Which is fucking amazing. And also amazing that no one's reviewing it.
Mm-hmm.
No one's reviewing it. That documentary is fantastic because Matt Walsh and you can only get it on the Daily Wire, I think, which is unfortunate, but I get it. You know, I get it. The Daily Wire produced it. They want people to sign up, and they're creating this alternative platform for content. But that documentary is so good because Matt Walsh simply asks questions, and he does it deadpan.
Yep.
And it's amazing watching these people just like twist reality into some weird fucking contortionist knot. It's like, what are you saying? What is a woman? What does it mean?
It's so revealing.
You know, you're marching for women's rights, but what does that mean? So if I decide I'm a woman, oh wow, you're marching for me. I'm a woman. You can just say it. Like, we can't have that. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't mean you can't have trans people. It doesn't mean you can most certainly.
And it doesn't mean you're against.
Yeah. You're not denying anyone's
Fucking
existence.
bullshit.
They exist. However, if you want to be pregnant,
That
you must
run was
be a
bullshit.
biological female. This is science. This is something that we have all studied and looked at and observed, and this is fucking doctrine. It's no getting around it.
Yeah.
If you want to breed, if you want the egg in the womb, you want the whole thing to happen, the uterus, the baby, that's a woman. Just because you have a fucking beard because you're taking testosterone, you're still a woman. Like, this is crazy.
And that's what was so powerful about that documentary was both Matt Walsh's demeanor and frankly his respect with whoever he was questioning, and the spectrum of people that he spoke to on this.
Yes.
From, you know, psychiatrists, psychologists, doctors, professors, and even the woman who transitioned hormonally
Was
to
terrible regret.
become a man who
Yeah.
was like crying on camera.
That's the problem in this country. When, you know, everyone talks about representation. Here's what's not represented at all in the mainstream. People that have had a horrible experience having gender transition surgery. There's a lot of them. It's not a small amount. It's a lot of people.
The lag, there's just so much lag.
Cut and dry thing. Look, if there was a way where we had some sort of genetic engineering, where, you know, some super advanced form of CRISPR, where I could just decide I want to be a woman now, and then bam, now I have a double X chromosome, I have a vagina, I'm an actual woman, like 100%. Not surgery. And here's the other thing, it's like, if you're saying that you identify as a woman, you're a woman. Okay, why do you have to get an operation then?
Right.
Why do you have to take hormones? Like, why do you have to do all that stuff? And that stuff seems to be where all the problem lies, because that is purely experimental, especially when it comes to children. Like, we're now finding, when they're talking about hormone blockers, they were saying hormone blockers are reversible and there's no side effects. That's not true at all. We're finding horrific side effects for kids who take those things. And we don't have a lot of long-term data. We just don't.
Yeah. It's so dangerous that the Biden administration's, Health and Human Services Secretary is openly advocating for this. Parents and schools and the community need to support this quote-unquote gender-affirming care and treatment for kids, knowing what we know, even the limited knowledge of what we know about the impacts of these hormone treatments, the impacts of these irreversible irreversible surgeries, both physically as well as mentally, as more and more even of these kids who come forward who've gone through this with incredible regret and talking about the long-standing symptoms and problems and illnesses they're now having to deal with. We have the person who's supposed to be in charge of federal health policy for the country saying, no, this is exactly what we should be doing, and encouraging parents and kids to go and get this treatment. It is an advocating for abuse of children. And it's something that more and more people need to stand up against. But the fact that we don't have more people speaking out about this speaks to this culture of fear that we're talking about.
Right, and you can't even talk about it because that person is trans, which is even crazier. So the person who's advocating for children to transition also is trans. And I'm sure you saw the Rand Paul interview where Rand Paul is questioning her and asking questions, and it's like talking to an alien.
Yeah.
It's like he's talking to an alien that has a tape recorder that's going to press play every time the question's over. Thank you, Senator. You know, transgender care is nuanced and like goes into this speech. And Rand Paul says, just let it be set on record that the person is answering this question.
Exactly. And the worst thing that I don't know how well known this is, but I saw a brochure that the Department of Health and Human Services put out on what is gender-affirming care. It basically says that if parents refuse or fail to provide this gender-affirming care, then Child Protective Services will have the authority to step in and try to intervene for the same. And so when you look at what
the kid is going through a period in their life where they decide I'm a girl or I'm a boy.
Right.
And the parents say, hey, let's wait until you turn 18. You might grow out of this. And the kid's like, fuck that. I'm calling Child Protective Services. And then Homeland Security or whoever the hell it is comes in and physically forces the parents to do the bidding of the minor child.
With the threat of taking the child away from them.
How does anybody allow it? Are there no adults in the room? I mean, that's a big expression.
It is.
That was a thing that everyone said that we would love about the Bible.
Right.
The adults are back.
Yeah.
Really? Like, what? Is everyone out of their fucking mind? Like, we know children are incredibly impulsive. We know children are impulsive. Like, here's a kid. Ready for this? My friend, his wife, is a school teacher. And she
Like, it's so
works
fucking
at a
dumb.
school that had to install a litter box in the girls' room because there is a girl who's a furry who identifies as an animal, and her mother badgered the school until they agreed to put a litter box in one of the stalls. So this girl goes into the litter room, or to the girls' room, and urinates or whatever. I don't know if she poops in it. That's pretty gross. You know what I mean? Like, if you could teach your cat, by the way, here's the thing. If you could teach your cat to use the toilet, you would. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want a box of piss in the house. It's the worst. I've had cats my whole life. It's the worst thing about having cats. You gotta clean that box of piss every day. And well, it's the greatest thing about dogs. They go outside. Like, if you're a fucking
The
human.
cat's got their humans trained.
Imagine how crazy that is. You're a fucking human being, and you prefer a litter box. You want to piss into a pile of sand rather than use a bathroom that you can flush the toilet, wipe yourself like a normal person. Like, you're so crazy with what you think an animal is that not only have you said this, but you've conned the school into putting this fucking litter box in a girl's room, which is bananas.
It is. It's absolutely insane.
I'm sure you saw the teacher in Washington State that has the giant rubber boobs.
Oh my God, I did.
And then the school's now...
Giant is an understatement.
But here's the thing about the giant boobs.
And this is a male teacher.
Yes.
Yes.
This is a male teacher who they're not fake boobs, they're fake boobs. This is what I mean. Like, if you knock your teeth out, if I go lift weights, I hit myself in the face with a kettlebell and knock my teeth out, they'll replace my teeth with fake teeth.
Right.
But if I have these teeth that are my real teeth and I put fake teeth over them, those are fake teeth.
Right.
So this person, these are not fake boobs like they went and got an operation and had breast augmentation. No, they put giant rubber boobs.
They're like watermelon
over their
size.
real boobs.
Yeah.
I wish I could find a watermelon that big. I love watermelon. If I can find a watermelon that big, they're so big, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And
What
now
was the point of that, by the way?
I think it's a troll, and I've been reading about this online. Apparently, there's many people that are pointing to the fact that this teacher may very well be scamming people.
Okay.
What does it say? Whether or not it was satire?
I was reading.
It shows where the power lies. Was the fake boobs teacher a hoax? Okay.
Interesting.
So what I've heard is that this teacher's actually a conservative man, and that he's doing this as a goof, and also knows he can never get fired. Like maybe trying to get fired. Like, see what does the article say? Does it say anything?
This article brings up the same stuff that like James made those fake.
Yeah, the
articles
grievance
to get pushed.
articles. Yeah.
Similar thing. There's a law.
No worries.
Because the teacher could probably.
Yeah, so here it is. The Peter Boghossian, Helen Pluckrose, and James Lindsay seeded peer-reviewed journals with absurd critical studies papers, which was amazing, that they simply made up, caused a huge stir, but neither academia's perverse incentives nor the often ridiculous stances on critical studies have noticeably changed as a result. Academia is still publishing, apparently sincerely, autoethnographic studies about pedophilic masturbation. What is that? Click on that link. What are they saying? What is this study? We'll come back to this in a moment. I want to know what the fuck they're talking about. So university investigators, PhD, yeah, click on that. Click on that real quick. University investigates PhD students' paper on masturbating to comics of young boys. Holy shit. Manchester University launches inquiry into ethical standards after paper details masturbation sessions. A leading university has launched an inquiry after it emerged that one of its PhD students has written a research paper about sexual attraction to young boys. Carl Anderson spent 3 months recording his thoughts and feelings while masturbating over images of young boys in Japanese comic books. In the abstract of the paper, Anderson, who's interviewing fans of Shota, I guess, S-H-O-T-A, comics for his PhD, said he wanted to understand how they experience sexual pleasure while reading Shota. Oh, you wanted to understand. I get it. Normal. His 4,000-word study detailed his sexual habits and sexual encounters between boys in the comics was published in the journal Qualitative Research in April. It provoked outrage from academics and MP and others after it was circulated on Twitter this week. Yeah, there's a normalization of all kinds of sexual attraction, including illegal sexual attraction. They're trying to say that pedophiles, they're minor attracted individuals.
Go back to that article, Jamie, if you don't mind. Just see that part that says, this is the guy, right? The guy who did this research. He says, I happened to live alone during this experiment, and I had newly become single after a long relationship. Those factors probably contributed to my willingness and eagerness to explore this method.
That's so crazy.
Sick. This is exactly, when you don't believe in truth, and you're talking about the furries, like the accommodations for this child who identifies as a cat in school, then you have the minor attracted persons. There are no boundaries anymore.
Right. There are no teachers in school, and the school itself just said no.
Exactly.
To the parent, no crazy. Right. First of all, what are you doing to your kid?
Right.
That you let your kid, because they identify as an animal, use a litter box.
Like what? Come on.
Right.
Use a goddamn bathroom. It's sanitary. It's much better. Like, you want your house to smell like human pee? What if they eat asparagus and then they pee into a box? You don't think that's gross? You want to go into the bathroom and smell asparagus pee because your kid is fucking crazy and you're encouraging that? That's nuts.
Right.
Go back to that big boob, flat, hoax. I want to finish where we're at. We'll try to figure out what is happening. Okay, we're right about it. And in much the same way, if the move is attempting to force an absurd anti-discrimination law to breaking point, the attempt has failed. Rather than forcing the school to confront the grotesque absurdity of letting a male wear prosthetic boobs to a teaching job, it simply promoted a debate on what size and shape the prosthetic should be.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
Gosh.
The school, exacerbated at the international attention they've garnered, has simply approved a new dress code that would force Lamu to wear slightly smaller fake boobs. But what if you actually have real augmented boobs that are that big? Because people do.
Yeah.
Go to that. Go back to that, please. Click on the new dress code. I need to find what you guys are out of your
How
minds.
far are they bending over backward to...
Slightly
This
smaller.
is a school, not a circus. Students joined protesters outside the Canadian school with trans teacher with oversized prosthetic breasts. I don't think it's really a trans teacher. I think they're calling this person a trans teacher, but according to Reddit, I hold them in high regard.
Thanks for being here, man.
I think they.
Yeah, I was trying to do some research on
Yeah, what are they saying?
I didn't get. I had to go back to art first.
Yeah, me and Duncan were actually going back and forth about it yesterday, trying to figure out how much of a hoax it was, and laughing hysterically. Because if it is a hoax, along the lines of the Helen Clark-Rose and Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay studies, it's really funny.
Yeah.
It's really fun because this person has taken it to the umpteenth degree.
Exactly.
Like, these are great for folks just listening. These things are the size of a small child.
Yeah.
Like, if
Seriously.
a small child, like if a 6-year-old was in the fetal position and they hung from your neck, that would literally be the size of one.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the point remains, right? Whether it's a hoax or not, it points to how insane our society and culture has become, where rather than the school being like, yo, no,
Yo
this
is the
is
right
not
thing to say
happening.
Too. Yo is the perfect thing to say there. Like, yo. What are you doing, man?
Exactly.
Not only that, you're in wood shop. Okay, which is, you're not even supposed to have loose clothes. How do you have giant rubber boots? That's so dangerous.
It is.
He's using a bandsaw. She's using a bandsaw. Like, look at that. Look at the size of those things.
Goodness.
Imagine these poor fucking kids. Imagine, like, you
kidding.
go in there, and she's wearing sunglasses indoors, too, which is awesome.
Right.
I mean, the whole thing is just so crazy. Canada is like California on some sort of SSRI.
Yeah.
It's like they've taken it to a whole new level.
Yeah.
Okay, so right there is Caleb. Woke culture. Look at the size of the nipples. That's so crazy. The nipples are enormous. This person literally has shoulder straps, like
Yeah,
they're
you can see
backpacking
them
in the
actually,
woods.
right? Yeah.
Like they've got a week's worth of food.
I might just play 10 more minutes. I'll probably sign off at 1:30.
That's so nuts.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, clear shoulder straps. I mean, it's.
Look at the Twitter with the tweet. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, 1:30. I'm gonna sign off.
Is conclusive proof that trans women
10
are
minutes from now.
women
We've
absent
had some good
trans
runs.
activism and mental health issues or misogyny. Sure.
Had a couple heartbreaks.
Yeah, well, obviously that's satire.
Obviously.
Yeah, but it's. I would have never imagined if we went 4 or 5 years ago. I remember when I had Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay on the podcast years ago. People were saying to me, "Why are you concentrating on this? Like, this is some stuff that's happening at universities. Why is this even why are you obsessed with this?" And I said, because this is going to spill over into society. Like, you don't see this. It's like if you have barbarians that land in Hawaii and they start attacking, marauding, and they get in their boats and they start moving towards America. And you go like, well, hey, I think this is coming here. Like, why are you concentrating on this? This is only happening in Hawaii.
Yeah.
No, they're fucking in the boats now, kids. They're in the boats, and now they've hit land.
Yep.
And now they're burning through tech industry. They're burning through so many corporations because all this craziness is an accepted ideology in universities. So you let these children get away from their parents. But my mom and dad are bullshit and they're racist and fascist and this and that. And then they go to school, which their mom and dad paid for probably, or they got crazy student loans they can never get away from, and then they infect these corporations. So you have these people that are in their 50s and 60s that are running these corporations. Whoa. What the fuck is going on?
Exactly.
This is crazy. You want a litter box in the bathroom?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That's happening in tech companies too.
Yep. You talk to, I've talked to a number of different CEOs who very clearly expressed that their biggest headache in life is with their HR departments.
Yeah.
They're trying to like, what in the world are we doing here? That's what, we started this by saying like, how did we get here?
Yeah.
What you just outlined is exactly how we got here. So much of this has been happening already, for decades in some of these incredibly, I don't even know what you call them, it's in a lot of the universities. And then you start seeing it, okay, well, here's the boundary today. Okay, cool, got that. We're going to shift it. We're going to shift the goalpost. Okay, cool, got that. We're going to shift the goalpost. We're going to shift the goalpost. It never ends.
This.
It never ends.
And that's where the thing that people warned against in the past, but it's hard to imagine that it would be possible, certainly within our lifetimes, the normalization of pedophilia.
Yes.
What you said, the minor attracted persons, and don't stigmatize that. We're all people, we should all be allowed to celebrate ourselves and all this other crap. We're talking about kids.
Yeah.
And how a lot of these same people who are saying, hey, if you refuse to use pronouns, you're fired. A friend of mine in a huge New York law firm, corporate policy is you have to put your pronouns in your email signature block, or you will have to talk to the HR department. And he's like one of the partners at this law firm. He's like, this is bullshit.
Now, why do they make that distinction? Why? What kind of pressure forced them into having something this crazy as like you have to have your pronouns?
I don't know. I think that it's driven by fear.
But
all of this is driven by
of
fear.
The people are having a problem identifying someone without pronouns.
Yeah.
Like how many people are we talking
I would
about?
imagine it's a very small number.
It's a very small number. It's just the number of people that identify as trans is higher than it's ever been before, which is really weird. That's not consistent. And you could say, well, it's because they feel comfortable doing that because it's an accepted part of society. Like maybe, but according to Abigail Schreier, who wrote that book, Irreversible Damage, with young girls, it's up an extraordinary amount, like preposterous amount, where they have these clusters of girls who identify as trans in school. They're 8, 9, that just all in a friend group identify as trans. And she's like, there is a very distinct possibility that this is a social contagion, and that there are, and without denying that some people are trans, because there are, but it's like, how do you know now? Because this is one of those incredibly bizarre human issues where it's open to interpretation. Like this guy or woman, whatever, with the giant rubber boobs can just say that they are a woman and everyone has to back off. Because of that, because of a lack of an ability to prove it, now you're in this area where it's open to listening.
Exactly.
And
Come on, man.
You can just decide, well, that's how you get.
It's so, dude, it's so dumb, man. 5 more minutes, man, and then I'm gonna sign off at 1:30. I'm not gonna play into the night.
Male athletes who want to compete in women's sports, and when the women complain, they get kicked off the team and forced out of a locker room, which we're seeing, which is nuts, because it's just how you feel.
I talked with Carla Esparza recently
So dumb.
about this specifically, and I gave her great credit because she has been and continues to be very outspoken about how dangerous it is, especially in mixed martial arts, to have biological males compete with biological females. And she grew up competing on the boys wrestling team in high school because there was no girls team. And at that age even, she was just like, yeah, I experienced the unfairness of it because obviously these boys are built very differently. And she's like, I'm stronger than the average girl my size, but still, I couldn't compete at a level playing field. And then you take that forward to mixed martial arts. I know you talked about this a lot, about how actually dangerous it is. But the fact that it takes a whole lot of courage for a UFC champion, female UFC champion, to speak out and say, hey, no, biological males should not be competing against biological females, that's an act of courage in this society, rather than just like, yeah, of course, she's stating fact, it's truth. But this is the problem, is when you have this, you know, it's the Democratic Party leadership, and the progressive left that is so ideologically zealous about this cause, because it's the cause today, tomorrow it'll be something else. They create this culture of fear that there will be consequences.
Why?
What?
Like, dude, it's so fucking
and also
dumb.
that they just don't believe in truth. And so whatever they say is true today is true today. Whatever they say is true tomorrow is true tomorrow. But the danger of that is you take away all the boundaries of, you know, what is true and what is false. You know, you take away the boundaries of the things that science actually does prove. And what are we left with? We have no foundation, and then we end up where we're at. Like, oh, okay, well, today we're going to promote pedophiles. That's what we're going to promote. Today, you know, we're going to push books in public schools, kindergarten, first grade, third grade, fifth grade, that are causing your child to say, well, I don't know if I'm a boy, I don't know if I'm a girl. I saw some of these books that some of the parents in Virginia and other states are protesting at their boards of education, trying to get these books removed from their kids' schools. These books, like, I thought, okay, how bad can it be? I saw them, and they are some of the most graphic images I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, including oral sex.
Including oral sex. And this is targeted towards 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds.
So strange that we've gone this far. And that's happening so
It
quickly.
seems like it's happened so quickly, but that's sort of, you have to stop and think about it. It has been very intentional, and the groundwork has been laid.
Big congrats, my friend Callie. Yeah,
Do you
buddy.
think it's intentional, like planned out?
Yeah,
Or do you
that's
think
the
that
victory
there's
tonight.
ideology
That's the win tonight.
and then that
I'm gonna sign off in like 3 minutes though, buddy. Thanks, man. Thanks for being here.
it feeds
Appreciate
off
it,
new
dude.
fuel, so it has to expand its boundaries.
I think it's probably a combination of both.
So if it is intentional, whose intention is it to spread?
People who, I mean, it's the very same people who are doing it now. I think over time, trying to see how far they can push, you know, the sexualization of our kids in our society. You know, I don't know exactly who the person is or the group is or whatever, but we can't have gotten to this place by accident.
Why not?
Because it's happened so methodically and so quickly over
Right.
time.
But if it's a mind virus, what I think it is, and I think that these ideological perspectives that are not grounded in reality get accepted by people, and then they promote it. These people are promoting it without any conversation with some cabal of evil leaders. It's clear there's a mechanism at play.
Yeah.
And that mechanism is very easy to follow. You can see where it starts in universities. You could also see that in these universities, these people that are promoting these things and teaching children also grew up in the university system themselves, and most of them don't have any real-world experience. They have experience going from being in a university to teaching in a university, and then promoting these ideologies that are preposterous to the rest of the world, as if they're smarter than the rest of the world, and then that is spreading.
Yeah.
It needs more fuel,
Yeah.
so it keeps moving further and further to the left, further and further into craziness. But I don't think, I think just by observing that, just by observing the fact that these people that are voting these things, they're not being paid to do it, they're stuck in this mind virus.
Yeah.
And this woke mind virus, this ideological mind virus, is trackable.
Yeah.
You can see it. And you can see how it infects people. I've seen it infect people. You know, I had this guy on the podcast. His name's Adam Conover.
Scam.
And he has a show, Adam Questions Everything, or Adam Ruins Everything. I don't know if you've ever seen it. We got into the subject of trans people in sports. And, you know, and his position was the most far left, far woke. I just think it would be great to be inclusive and this and that. I go, well, why do women have a specific category? Why can't men compete against women?
Right.
And then that's like that's where the record skips.
Right.
Because obviously there's differences, right? So what are the differences between a trans woman and a biological? They're pretty fucking significant.
Huge.
They're huge. And if you want to actually study science, if you the science of that, it's trackable.
Right.
You can see it.
Right.
Like, but when it comes to the mind virus, people don't ever want to accept that reality. They want to go inclusivity.
Yeah.
They say the word. Yeah. They just say these words you're supposed to say, or you get attacked.
Exactly.
And they're terrified of being attacked.
Exactly. And these are people who, as you said, they're not connected to reality, don't have any kind of personal experience. I was shocked when I saw Megan Rapinoe basically say, I don't know what her statement was, but basically it was like, yeah, you know, there's no real difference. Like, okay, well, you already won your Olympic gold.
Exactly.
Got it. So are you saying that you could have gone and won that gold competing against men on the soccer field?
You know, I have a friend who's a gay guy who's a powerlifter. He was upset that people are upset that trans women want to compete as women. Out of all the fuck people, you're a giant ass powerlifter.
Right.
Out of all the giant people all the people rather that know there's a difference between biological males and females.
Right.
It should be you. But in that LBGT, whatever the words are,
there's a lot more now.
there's like a plus in there. Something. What's the plus?
It's like I think it's like the equivalent of etc. It's like who have like what is it?
Anybody
It's like
else?
LGBTQIA, and I don't ask me what they stand for because I don't really know. And then it's the plus at the end.
What could the I be?
Is it intersex? Yeah.
Is it?
What's the A?
Asexual.
Okay.
Well, you don't even have a fucking dog.
Actually guessing.
But if you're asexual, stay the fuck out of it. How is asexual lumped in there with gay men?
That's a very
Because
good
gay men are the most non-asexual people alive.
Right.
All they're doing is having sex. Like the fact that
If
the
you're asexual, you're like,
asexual.
hey, I'm not even in this conversation, man. Leave me out of it. Is it asexual? Oh,
The
gosh.
fact that gay men get lumped in with lesbians is
Right.
like lesbians and gay men don't necessarily get along that well because gay men are pretty fucking sexual. And then you get down to asexual and then it's in the same group.
And you know, gay and lesbian friends of mine don't get on with the whole like trans activism part either. I mean, this is not one, you know, what do you call it, like monolithic group.
Well, they have to publicly support that because of that whole group, this whole lumping in of everyone together. That's why a lot of gay and lesbians support that. But if a lot of them, if you talk to them, you know, specifically in my conversation with lesbian women, that lesbians have a real hard time with trans women entering into what is, in their mind, feminist spaces.
Sure.
And then running things.
Yeah.
And running things like a man. And running things with threats and with aggression and insults and treating people the way biological men tend to treat people. And you know, that's a real giant issue. Because if you are a woman, you're a feminist, you're supposed to be ideologically left.
Come on.
Maybe even like far left in some of their eyes. And now all of a sudden you get lumped in with something you completely disagree with.
It's before I left Congress, I introduced a bill called the Protect Women's Sports Act.
What is a woman?
Exactly. I am a woman.
Well,
just to make that clear.
Congratulations. I could be one too. Don't get cocky.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna put myself out there and disagree wholeheartedly with that, Joe Rogan. I know, you know, been called worse things. We introduced this legislation. I introduced it with a Republican friend of mine named Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma. And he's got 6 kids, 3 of them are little girls. All of his kids wrestle. And the bill was very, very simple in upholding the original intent of Title IX.
Can you explain Title IX to people?
Title IX was passed, gosh, I think in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a huge landmark piece of legislation because it delineated, it provided a level playing field on the basis of sex. Males have opportunities, females deserve those same opportunities, whether it be in sports or in college, and in all public funded, in a public funding realm, essentially. Where the federal government came and acted, it said there has to be a level playing field of opportunities. So people like my mom, who grew up, she was very athletic. The only thing that was available to her in high school was cheerleading. She did it. She was great. But she would have liked the opportunity to be able to compete in other sports. Carla Esparza is a more modern day example. There were no girls.
I can't believe he didn't pass away again.
She got a scholarship to wrestle in college. Obviously, she has gone on to do amazing things. So Title IX was created recognizing that difference on the basis of sex. Democrats have championed Title IX and talked about this great accomplishment in passing this legislation for decades. And that's where it makes no sense. So our legislation basically just said, hey, we want to uphold the original intent of Title IX in recognizing the biological differences between males and females. Period. They should not be competing against each other. The legislation didn't move forward for obvious reasons. We were excoriated for having the audacity to uphold the original intent of Title IX. And now what we're seeing with the Biden administration is administratively, not even through passing legislation, they're trying to backdoor this move to change the rules around Title IX to include gender identity, rather than having it be on the basis of biological sex, to include gender identity, and threatening schools that they will withhold federal funding unless they adopt this rule change within the Biden administration. Again, not running through Congress, not allowing people's voices to be heard, but trying to backdoor this through and making threats to publicly funded education institutions as a means of trying to implement this.
Now, why do you think they're doing that? And is that publicly supported? Because the only thing that makes sense is politically they would do that because that would help them in terms of an election. Why else would they do it?
There are polls that have
Okay, I think just one more run, and then I'm gonna sign off. Thanks. Thank you.
But also a majority of Democrats disagree with this. And so why they're doing it, they're catering to those ideological zealots within the Democratic Party and trying to placate them in their radical policies and their extremes, rather than actually standing up and saying, you know what, no, this is science, this is biology, and this is what's right. And oh, by the way, it would also be politically beneficial given where the vast majority of the
Like, where are you? Where are you, man? Like, what?
Yep.
It's really wild,
So
especially
dumb.
in the Democratic Party. They seem like they're captive by the furthest left.
It's true.
And that doesn't make any sense to me. Because if the majority of Democrats, and I agree with that, the majority of people that I know that are on the left don't think it's fair, why are they doing it? Because that seems like that would be an unpopular position. Not just an unpopular position, but horribly unpopular for people that have daughters that compete in sports.
Exactly.
Like if you're a daughter and you're competing in that Connecticut track and field team where those 2 biological males are breaking world records, like that's crazy. Like at what point in time do you not understand you're denying a child a fair future? You're denying them a potential scholarship where they could go to a university and pursue an education. Like you're fucking them up because of this thing that doesn't even affect you. It's not, you're just doing it for this cult-like ideological perspective.
Exactly. And that's the danger of it, is the people in charge of the Democratic Party, whether they actually hold positions or they just are influential in the Democratic Party, have created this cult-like atmosphere and fomented this fear so much so that people who are really in a position to impact this to stand up against it and say, hold on guys, this is literally insane and needs to stop. They're too afraid to do so because of what the ramifications will be. The Democratic Party of the past, the Democratic Party that I joined, doesn't exist anymore. The party that was, the party of JFK and Dr. Martin Luther King, the party of inclusivity, the Big Tent party that welcomed and encouraged this marketplace of ideas and conversations and people who held different views, the party of, the championing of women and equality and the rights of people in our society. That party it doesn't exist anymore, and instead we have a party that's being led by people who have gone insane with this ideological fanaticism. And there are a lot of different issues, a lot of different examples. The whole issue of biology and the trans issue is just one of them. There are so many different others. Parents you don't have a right to raise your kids now. You don't have a right to say what they're being taught in schools now. The state, the government, the teachers' unions, only they have that right and responsibility. They're undermining families. They don't believe in the rule of law. Defund the police, the Supreme Court, we don't agree with them, so they're illegitimate. There's so many different examples of these ideologues who have taken control of the Democratic Party, who don't actually care about the people. It's all about themselves, their power, and they're maintaining control. And that's the real threat to our democracy that they pose, is they don't believe in freedom of speech, they don't believe in freedom of thought, they don't believe in freedom of religion. All they believe in is you've got to buy into whatever they're selling at any given day. And like I said, it's not enough to agree. You've got to go out there, you've got to march in the parade, you've got to carry the sign, you've got to scream and yell, and don't you dare even think about talking to Republicans. Don't even think about working with Republicans, because that directly undermines their authority. And frankly, Joe, this is something that I've been trying to fight against within the Democratic Party back when I was vice chair of the DNC for years, and it's gotten to a point where those who have been in charge for a long time, remain in charge, are not willing to change, and so I'm leaving the Democratic Party.
Is that this big announcement?
Yeah.
You're leaving the Democratic Party?
I'm leaving the Democratic Party because I've tried to enact that change from within. It's not, I don't see the Democratic Party as being savable. And I know that I can make an impact from the outside. And I can't be associated and stand by this insanity that's been going on and continues to worsen day by day.
Are you going to be an independent?
Yep.
So that's how you're moving forward.
Yep.
What is it about this country that is so politically married to having two teams and two teams only? And how do we fix that? Because there is very little room for someone who's a third-party candidate to be taken seriously in this country. And when you do vote for a libertarian, you do vote for an independent, many people think of it as a protest vote.
Spoiler, right?
Yeah. Or at the very least, you say, that's why I voted for Joe Jorgensen. That is me personally, why I did. Because I was like, I'm not voting for him, and I'm not voting for her.
Yeah.
Fuck this. And then I'm not voting, but this one was Biden actually. But that was also why I was voting for Gary Johnson.
Yeah, one more good
I'm
run.
not voting for her, and I'm not voting for him. I'll vote for that guy if he doesn't know where I left votes.
That's right. I forgot about that.
But I don't. That wasn't that big of a deal to me. That to me was
it
like.
It seems like, it was a big deal at the time, but it seems like so minor now compared to, our vice president standing at the DMZ saying we are great allies with North Korea.
What a fuck up that was, and that didn't even make the news. People barely talked about it.
Exactly.
Our great partnership with North Korea. What?
Yeah.
North Korea.
Yeah. And she didn't even stand there and be like, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Right.
No.
Well, sometimes people like don't realize. I do that all the time. Like Jamie will correct me all the time. I'll say something that I thought I said another thing.
Right.
Maybe like you said that. Oh, did I? Oh, I didn't know that. I meant the other thing.
Right.
Because it's just a flub.
Yeah. I guess the problem is it comes in a long line of flubs.
Oh, jeez.
And
she is absolutely terrible. And that is, for you, that is where like everything sort of soured with you and the Democratic Party, was when during the debates where you accurately pointed out her record. And you basically sank any hope that she had of being president, because you opened up this discussion that many people are not aware of about a prosecution. They're absolutely illegal.
Yeah.
Like forcing people to work as laborers, cheap labor, for the state to fight wildfires after they're supposed to be released. They did their time.
they did their time, and she kept them in prison to use them essentially as slave labor for the state, putting their own lives at risk, forcibly. The thing about my exchange with her on debate stage, when you take a step back, you got to question, like, all of those things I brought up on her record, you easily Googleable on the first page. When you look at Kamala Harris's record, all of those things, I'd have to dig very deep to see what those issues and problems were with her record. So then the question is, hey, why didn't anybody in the media ask her these questions about the record that she said, I'm so proud of my record as this and as that, as that. All right, cool. Talk about this. This is your record. Talk about these things. No one in the media did that. There is no other candidate on the debate stage who had the balls to bring that up. How are voters supposed to be able to make their best informed decision when the media and fellow Democratic candidates who are running, who are her opponents in that race, don't have the courage to ask a very fundamental question on a record that she says she's proud of?
Do you think that there's a concerted effort to hide that information, or do you think that people recognize that's a trap? Like, if I do that, then it's going to fuck up my future. They're going to not want me to participate in certain things, which most certainly happened to you.
Yes, that most certainly happens, and that shows the double standard. I don't know why no one had the courage to ask her those questions, why I was the first person to do it. If I had to guess, I would imagine it's because she's got friends in high places. I would guess it's because she's a woman of color, and no one wants to be seen as the person attacking a woman of color who's running for president. They got no issues attacking me on a whole host of fronts, but because, again, she's connected, she's playing the game, she's somebody that the Democratic Party knows that they can control. And that was the thing for me, and it started years before I ran for president, is once the Democratic, I went to, got elected to Congress, and they were like, oh, she's the first lady, she's cool, she's going to be one of us, we'll put her forward, and, she'll be great, new face of the Democratic Party, all these things. But then very quickly they realized, I've always been an independent Democrat. Every race that I've ever run, whether it was for city council in Honolulu or for the state legislature or for Congress, I was never like the party pick, ever. I never won any of those races with the Democratic Party. All right, hey, we're going to back you, we're going to send you money, we're going to send the troops out to support you. None of that. It's always been truly grassroots.
I can't believe he didn't pass away.
Amazing.
I can't believe he didn't pass away.
She's not somebody that, the puppet masters can control. She's not just going to read the talking points when she goes on TV or she's on the House floor. And that's where things started to take a turn, where those who are in those positions of power said, okay, she's somebody who could expose our weaknesses, expose our insecurities, expose the hypocrisy in our own.
What the fuck, man?
Resorted to the smear and the discrediting, the attacks, and then ultimately, total media blackouts.
It's amazing when I talk to people, and it happened recently with Alex Berenson. I'm like, what's crazy? How's she crazy? Tell me how she's crazy. And then no examples. I'm like, well, why are you saying that? Like, why does someone say? He's like, yeah, you're right. Like, I don't have an example. Like, you you just like have, and he's a journalist. I mean, worked for the New York Times, and just isn't she crazy?
Yep. Accepting that, and that's how they do it.
Wild.
That's how they do it. Is like, hey, let's just plant a seed of doubt or suspicion, so that most people. I mean, as a journalist, he's got no excuse, but most people don't have. I mean, honestly, they don't have the time. They hear one thing, they're like, shoot, like I got kids, I got work, we got soccer games, we got this, we got that, and you want me to do research? Like, wait, what?
Right. And you want me to do research from multiple different platforms.
Exactly.
Yo, Rev Tulsi, yeah, man.
Biased perspective.
Yeah.
Or at least
She's pretty honest.
Multiple sources of information. It's like it's such a bizarre system that we have.
She's pretty based.
And it's so easy to
I don't know if she's like perfect,
there's only
but
two parties, and both parties
she denounced the Democrat Party.
Gigantic special interest groups, corporate.
She said she's leaving the Democrat
media,
Party.
Big tech, and then the powers in both parties. And that's where I'm glad you used the word rig, because it's an important word. We can use it. People aren't thinking of it in the way that we're talking about. It's what I experienced during that campaign, is that collusion between those very, very powerful entities to decide, before voters even get a chance to be exposed to different candidates to choose from, they decide, all right, here are the here's the people that we're gonna, we think will be all right, we think they're gonna play the game, and we'll promote them, we'll say nice things about them, maybe throw in a tough question here or there just to not blow our cover, but these are the people that we want voters to choose from, and these other people are the ones that we're going to try to either just slide into the darkness and hope nobody notices them, or if people are noticing them, we're going to do everything that we can to smear them and undermine their credibility.
It's so fucking dumb. Yo, what's up, Dog Walker guy? How's it going, man? I'm about to sign off, though, man. What's up, dude? Welcome. What's up?
That was one of the factors. That was one of the factors. The interesting thing to me was that I heard from some friends who were sitting kind of in the green rooms and backstage for some of the major cable networks at that moment. Live when it happened on the debate stage, there was a whole bunch of people cheering and like, holy crap, what just happened? But probably within an hour, 30 minutes of the debate being finished and going into the media room where you've got the post-debate, all the interviews and all those things happening, immediately it was like, okay,
what's
no,
up?
We've got to.
Just got home from work. Have a great night. No worries. Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy.
Is there any courting of you by the Republican Party?
Nice. Hope you're good.
Not that I know of.
You have no interest.
I mean, look, the Republican Party. I mean, what is the Republican Party today? I've got Republican friends who don't like to be associated with each other because they're different factions of the Republican Party. I think that.
What scam?
I think there's potential there for that party.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm about to sign off. I'm pretty exhausted. Thanks, dude.
And actually fighting for working people. You look at a recent vote that was taken, on the issue of foreign policy and war and peace. The Republican Party had I think it was 50 members of Congress voted against that massive multi-billion-dollar funding package for Ukraine and have been saying, hey, we shouldn't be waging this proxy war against Russia, or at least we need to have a debate or accountability. 0 Democrats voted against that. So you look at, the Democratic Party that used to have people who, war and others. Now, I mean, the Democratic Party leadership is very strongly within the grips of the military-industrial complex and advocating for more war, and you have more Republicans. And I think even Trump, this was Trump's instinct when he ran for president and was president, was like, hey, we shouldn't be going and being the policeman of the world. We shouldn't be going around the world and starting all these wars. I think the problem with him was he surrounded himself with people who held a diametrically opposed
bullshit.
Mike Pompeo, Nikki Haley, John
I
Bolton,
suck.
people who never saw a war they didn't like and advocated for. So there's movement. There's movement happening within the Democratic Party. Leadership is going crazy. I think
love
the
this
Republican
level.
Party is, I don't know, I think they're trying to figure out what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they had someone like Ron DeSantis, who seems to be like the most reasonable amongst the potential candidates, he seems to be, a pretty no-nonsense guy, not without his flaws, but he's more reasonable than anything that I'm seeing on the left.
Yeah.
At least with the way he handled COVID. It's one of those things where, as it's all playing out, there's this sense of hopelessness because there's not a clearly defined path for this country's ship is right. It's like I just see a lot of chaos and a lot of confusion and a lot of infighting, and I don't know how this plays out. It doesn't seem like there's a real clear, this is our path to sanity.
You're right. And I think the first step towards that path, though, is people recognizing what the insanity is and the problems. And I think that more and more these things are coming to light. I can tell you, I know there are a lot of Democrats that feel the same kind of frustration that I feel with the Democratic Party leadership.
Often quiet.
Yes.
There's a lot of quiet disagreement.
Right.
Just like, I'm not voting for Trump, but
right.
What the fuck are we doing?
Right. And I think there's that in the Republican Party as well.
Yeah.
And so I think that creates opportunity for us as a country to get out of just this two-party system mindset and this mindset of fear that drives so many of the elections, where instead of saying, hey, I'm running for president because this is how I'm offering to lead the country, this is how I'm offering to serve the country, here are the things that I will do. Instead of that, we are kind of relegated to, hey, vote for me or vote for my party because the other guy's the devil.
Right.
And really treating voters like we're idiots, and we don't care or have the intelligence to actually look at, okay, here's where you stand on this issue, here's where this other person stands on this issue. I'm going to make my decision not based on party, but actually based on, hey, who best reflects my values? Who is actually going to put the country first, the interests of the American people and the country first, and not just the people who say the words, but the people who actually have the record and the policies to back that up. And so I hope that this is the direction that we're moving in as more and more people get disillusioned with.
Well, this is the last run of the night.
Who care more about their own political ambitions,
Last run of the night.
Party's power than they actually do care.
Thanks for being here.
About the American people.
It seems like part of the problem is that attack style of politics works. Like, just think about someone saying, oh, she's crazy. Like, okay, how is she crazy? But that's a narrative, and it gets out there because they attacked her.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that stuff works. That's what's unfortunate, is that instead of, to make it, like, if there was an incentive to say, these are our plans, and this is how we can implement this, and just ignore negativity.
Yeah.
This is what I want to do, and I think that we are the best hope for the American people.
When I was running for president,
Come on.
What? Didn't really
No.
matter where we were with it. Small town, big city, middle America, East Coast, West Coast. One of the things
That was bullshit.
One of the media embedded reporters that
What, I get boosted to the side of the console, not through it, just because?
That I thought was
Fuck
pretty
off.
awesome. This reporter said, gosh, I go to all these different campaign and candidate events. Yours is the only one where people walk out feeling hopeful and feeling inspired. And we had Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and Libertarians at every single one of those. And it was because we talked about different issues. We talked about the threat of nuclear war. We talked about this new Cold War, the dangers of continuing down this path. We talked about things that education. We talked about how we actually talked about these things. Most days, I never brought up Trump because I'm running and I'm asking you, hey, let me have the opportunity to serve you, and here's what we will do. Whereas with these other candidates, these other Democrat candidates who are running, people left angry. People left angry, and that was their only goal, was like, hey, how many lines against Trump
2 a.m., yeah, I think I'm gonna sign off.
Piss people off and motivate them through anger and fear rather than through hope and inspiration for what we can do together as a country. That's the direction that we need to go in. There are a lot of things that are issues that are of concern, and treating people with respect, like they have intelligence, and actually tackling those issues.
This is so dumb, guys. Okay. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna sign off. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The media does a really great job of kind of reducing things to their lowest kind of standard.
Do you think that the biggest challenge, or one of the biggest challenges, I believe, is the influence of money? And when you look at Dave Smith was on the podcast recently, and we went over the defense budget, and I had no idea.
Thanks for being here. We had some good runs. We had some bad runs.
How can decisions be made that are not influenced by that money?
We're improving every day, though. We're improving every session. We're getting better every session. That's it.
That is a preposterously huge amount of money per year. That was the 2022 budget.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Congrats, Scully.
What can be done to remove money from the equation of doing the right thing, doing the safe thing, doing the thing that's going to secure the future of America and put us in a good direction? It seems like money is so inexorably tied to all the political decisions that get made in this country, particularly when it has to do with foreign policy. When you're talking about, and you have been a very outspoken interventionalist foreign policy and wars that are unnecessary.